you know that it's a package delivery job. You've been told that much, and that's about it. Those of you with multiple characters, I picked the ones I think would be most interesting, but also that were still combat capable. Um,
Combat capable.
yeah.
Alright.
To be honest, I picked Callie because I wanted a Decker because it was a Matrix meet.
Yeah, okay, okay.
So you don't
understand.
count. Um,
Yeah,
sorry,
by the way, I finally picked a a persona icon for her.
oh, cool.
Sounds good. I'm gonna have to be right back for a second.
Yeah, that's no worries. Just gonna do
Just
the
real quick.
usual
I
buys and
apologize
stuff.
for the slight delay. I got up 5 minutes beforehand rather than the usual 20.
That's cool. I got up like an hour later than I intended as well, so no worries.
I will be right back.
So, does anybody have any pre-game purchases?
I'm good.
I don't think so, no.
Nope, don't think so either.
Okay. Also, building a skill D Decker is bad.
Could be building a rigger instead.
With skills D, that's still pretty tight. Okay, he's actually not terrible at this. It's not too terrible. I'm okay with that. Yeah. So this may or may not have anything to do with your run at all, and I probably should have done this last night and stayed up rather than just go to bed. But yeah. So anybody have any questions for me as the GM?
In regards to the meat itself, or at an OC level?
Either or.
Will
Well,
there be a coffee break at some point?
If you want to go make coffee, I'll give you 5 minutes to make one now, and then I'll give you another 5 minutes to make one in an hour or so, or like
Sweet.
whatever.
I will take you up on that. I'll be right back.
I'll probably take the second break.
Yeah, whatever. Like, I mean, I'll give you time in like an hour and a half maybe to make another coffee, whatever. You fools, you should clearly have a coffee pot next to you.
I'm back. I'm sorry about that.
That's right. We lost another one for coffee, so that's right. Plenty of time just to, chat the shit.
Oh,
for
early
like 5
morning
10 minutes.
runs. Early morning runs. Early morning for me, perhaps not for you.
It's still 9. Still 9 in the morning. He has no excuse because it's like an hour late for him. It's 10. So
Yeah.
Yeah, I should be of the opinion that 10 a.m. is no longer a morning run for me, but sadly I have incredibly bad sleep habits, so yeah.
So Dagon, do you have any pre-game purchases?
No pre-game purchases to speak of.
Knight is absolutely fucking broke. Then I take it.
He has like 900 million and he lives in a sewer.
Yeah. So the meet's going to take place during the day, but the actual one's going to take place at night. I figured you could probably I'll have the meet take place in the morning, so like maybe Knight pushes himself to stay up a few hours later in his sewer.
He is capable of daylight travel now.
Yeah.
It sucks, but he's capable of it. So.
Well, the meat's in the Matrix, so you can stay in your sewer essentially.
Yeah, so like I have a spell now where essentially I can hang about during the day.
Alleviate allergy.
Super cheaty, but I agree.
I'm kind of happy that's there because it allows me to apply them for more work. Normally I can only apply them for 1/3. Now I can apply them for about half.
Well, like you always know that if you come on a rad run, I will accommodate Knight because because it's not really that difficult to mess around the time of day, unless you're doing something specific, like say werewolves on a full moon.
Well, if you can't accommodate him, he will try to accommodate himself as best he can. At least it won't be like his first run where he had Hobo with a shotgun and he's like, "Okay, guys, I'm gonna go sleep in this this little crappy street next to your hotel. Don't worry about it. I know we're supposed to be guarding the guy."
That's really bad.
Yeah, he's a rather interesting individual, I suppose. If you want sanity, you need to hire Manhattan or Hammerhead.
Yeah, I guess. Sanity is a thing that is required sometimes.
Being a runner doesn't necessarily mean you have to be sane. You can be like, half a stick short of a bundle.
Bulldog.
Bulldog's sane. He's just not very smart. There's a difference.
Not really sure on the sane thing, but
Maybe not a little bit, but he's just a giant little puppy. It's okay.
So
debating leadership in chat.
Are they?
About how Victor would not be an effective squad team leader.
Well, he tried to use leadership on me once, but the thing was we were in a combat encounter, and he actually, for his contribution to the combat counter, had actually got up, left, and gone to a bar and was leadershiping us from a nearby bar. So I'm like, no, because Raj is just going to ignore him because he's not here. He's not contributing. So as far as he's concerned, he's fucking useless. It
was still a great scene, though.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Land shark Philip ate someone and then I nearly died.
Landshark was very useful when he has come out, I will say that.
Landshark is he's just for a 4/6. I don't use him all the time, but 4/6 spirit handy. I quite often I just have him patrol in the astral and look for stuff. Because I'm not always going to be astrally perceiving, but Landshark is dual natured, so he can. So
yeah, I have to admit I do appreciate mages who often restrain themselves in terms of summoning.
Are we talking about that Landshark?
From a GM perspective, I kind of have to. That's a terrifying shark.
No, that is not that Landshark. Landshark is entirely different. There's Digger back. Callie back. Was it Callie or was it?
Yeah, I'm back.
Soul.
Welcome back.
No,
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, so everybody's here. Sorry, at the attempt of moving stuff along, because we could just be here chatting shit for a while. This is what happens. You get a message from your fixer saying that there is a matrix meet. You're given the essentially the host location of the meet. So we'll start at the top of the list and go down and see who's doing that. That's not the good way of doing it, Brain. This is the... Callie, since you're on Decker, we'll start with you. What are you doing when you're told that the meet is at the Matrix? It's going to take place at about 9, 10 a.m.
As in the morning?
Yep.
Wow. I would probably be asleep, so it would probably wake me up. The call or the data bomb or whatever.
Yeah, with the data bomb or whatever. Yeah, you get a call, and your fixer says... your fixer basically just tells you that there's a meet in the Matrix in like an hour. Get your shit together, and kind of hands you the location of the... Well, hands you like the details of the host.
Alright, I'm going to tell him to get his shit together and call me maybe the night before when this stuff happens, because I kind of need my 8 hours. I can't do with just 3 every night.
So your fixer says
stuff.
something incredibly sarky back, that is along the lines of, well, I could always hire someone else, who understands the idea that jobs don't always come when you want them.
Fair enough.
Wow. Just saying, skills D-Deck are hard. Um, yeah. Okay. And we'll go to... What's Alethia doing?
It's around 10 in the morning, right?
It's about 9 when you get the call.
Alright, so Alethia is probably out walking the dog.
Okay.
She picks up her call, well, suppose she'll accept without a whole lot of ado.
Okay. Well,
She's probably going to do a bit of research though on what exactly sort of club we're talking about here. Like, is it an actual decahorn, or is it just like the sort of place where corp kids go to brag about how drunk they can get in hot sim? Or
okay. So it's a it's not that kind of club at all. It's a it isn't a specific deca haunt per se, but it is like, it is a hot club in the downtown area. And do you have anything related to clubs? Any knowledge
Yep.
skills?
I have the bars and club skill.
Okay, could you roll me that? That would be appropriate, I feel.
1 hit.
Okay, yeah, so you've heard of it. It's not specifically a deca haunt. It's actually kind of a hot club downtown, and like with any hot new club, they do have like a Matrix host and offer kind of the full range of entertainment in terms of like they have essentially a Matrix bar, and the whole place is set up to be like a club in the Matrix, the whole host.
Is it the sort of place where the wealthy would happen to mingle?
Where the wealthy would happen to mingle? Well, I mean, you have to pay a cover fee. So in that regard, yes.
Alright, so would I be able to entice some secrets out of this conundrum by rolling high society?
Yeah, but at -2. I think that seems fair. It's not exclusive, it's just, yeah, you just know it's a quite a popular place for the meetings on the side. There's nothing special about it. It's just being selected for a meeting place.
Alright, sounds good enough. No further questions on Alethia's end. She prepares herself some good scotch and pulls up her comlink. After getting home, of course.
Okay, and then it's our resident sewer bunny's turn.
Okay, Sewer Bunny. So what time does this call go out?
You get the call at about 9, so you're probably like in your sewer at this point. I don't know, I'd guess.
He would be asleep, but he has the call set to wake him up quickly, and he wakes up quickly regardless because he's an insomniac. So let's check if he's awake right now. Insomniac, best quality.
Yeah.
He is not awake, so that will jar him awake.
Okay. I don't know who his fixer is off the top of my head, so I can't. But I kind of said like a bit of an odd one for you particularly. How do you feel about doing a Matrix meet in about an hour? And like he hands you the address of the host, and it's like a downtown club.
Would you like any information on the fixer?
Go on then, tell me a little bit.
I will write notes in, but Judge is essentially he got his nickname because he has a tendency to take on runners who other fixers will not touch. He has a very serious demeanor, very professional attitude, not much of a sense of humor, and he deals very directly with people. He's the kind of fixer that you get if no one will have anything to do with you. So he has a lot of psychopaths under his payroll. A lot of the runners that he works for do not exactly have the best rep or the most savory reputation. So when he's contacted, it's usually for something not good.
Fair enough.
As far as his personality, he's like a human. Average height, average weight, no distinctive features.
Yeah. Okay. Is like. So yeah, he basically hands you the same information as everybody else in terms of, where the meet is. And it's particularly like, are you alright doing a Matrix meet? I mean,
I do know how to work a comm link, and I do often find it is better that way for me.
okay, cool. Well, it meets in an hour, so best get your shit together.
Stuff's all ready together.
Okay. And then we'll move on to Soul.
Yeah. At the time, I need to roll 2 because I also have insomnia as a quality. So let's see if she's asleep or not. And yes, she's asleep. So she woke up. She wakes up because of the call. Hello. What's happening? What's happening? And she then answers the call from a sir. Yeah, Gabe, what? Got a job for me or something?
Yeah, kinda. You okay to do a Matrix meeting now? Johnson will explain more there.
In an hour? Well, get ready right now. And she jumps into the shower and get prepared.
Okay. Yeah. Until like an hour passes, and you guys are essentially ready. We'll start with Night. How do you jack into the Matrix? What's your preferred thing? What does your persona look like? Is it just Night? Is it?
He jacks in with just a set of trodes. He just has them lying around, and he has a fairly good comm link to go with it that is capable of simming. As far as his persona goes, it's just a man in a suit that looks finely dressed.
Okay.
It looks very similar to perhaps how he looks, but without how should I say, some of the more hang-ups that he's now used to. It was a avatar that was custom made for him during his previous career.
Fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense. And what about Callie? What's Callie's persona look like?
He's almost ready. I'm just cropping him a bit, but I will post the uncropped version. So her avatar looks like that, except for the penis, for now at least.
Oh my.
Okay. I have a feeling that I created this, and I feel bad.
Yes, you did.
Again, I feel bad. Okay. Fair enough. What about Alethia?
Alethia is preparing herself a good serving of scotch and then fires up her Fairlight Caliban, puts on her throats if they're not on already, and checks in. As far as her persona goes, that would be a relatively featureless but vaguely feminine figure made that seems to be entirely made out of light with a couple of frozen highlights.
Okay. And Sol.
Yeah. She's going to get into matches via Gunlink with Rhodes, and her persona looks oops, sorry, looks like that.
How Studio Ghibli of you.
Hmm?
How,
Sorry?
how Studio Ghibli of you. I don't know if it is Studio Ghibli, but
It
it
is.
kind of looks
It
their
is.
style of stuff. Yeah.
It is.
Spirited Away.
Okay. So you guys are in the Matrix now, and as you approach the outside of the host, like the front of the host looks like a street, and there is the host itself is identical to this really happening club, except like all the signs are in like a bright neon, and they're kind of like really glowing, and there's like this extra level of vibrancy about them that you would only get in the Matrix. You know, there's something extra special, extra kind of, awesome about these signs. Um, there is a large line outside, and you see all sorts of various Matrix personas in line. You see Squid, you see all sorts of other stuff. You see people dressed as bears. You see bears. You see planes. You see, like if you can think of it, it exists as a persona in the Matrix, and guaranteed that at some point you might see someone using that as a persona. Like you even see like a little Pac-Man.
Do we see Shagats?
You see
Shagats.
who's that? What?
It's the creature from Lovecraft novels.
No, you do not.
That would be a very aggressive looking avatar. So there's just a crowd of people kind of
There's
outside
a
this
there's a
place.
queue essentially to get in.
Okay, Knight is just going to he'll appear and he'll just kind of start staring at this. And as he does, he's going to start almost tapping the ground near him, just kind of looking around. He hasn't jacked in for at least 2 months. And it's something that is very confusing to him because he's missing his usual sensory input because jacks don't account for some of the things that he now sees.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
So he's just kind of standing there, just looking around, kind of trying to take it all in.
Okay.
Alethia, on the other hand, heads pretty much straight for the VIP entrance, looking like she's right at home.
Okay. Yeah. So there's there's the door, and then there's like a rope that goes from the door around the side of the building, and there are people one side of the rope. But every now and again, a person goes in the other side of the rope. And as you approach, there is a bouncer. He looks like something from Skyrim. One of the Nord warriors. He looks like a Nord warrior from Skyrim. And he literally kind of just sticks his hand out in front of you and asks, where do you think you're going?
I do believe I have an appointment with Mr. Did we receive any such data as part of our fixers
Nope.
data package?
Nope. You are not told names. You're not usually told names. Unless you're dealing directly with a specific NPC.
In that case, Alethea does have Patron of the Arts, so it's probably reasonable to assume that she knows how to get in on this particular club without having to wait in line.
Okay, roll me etiquette. I mean, not being funny, but Alethea doesn't really strike me as a Matrix type person. So Yeah, for this situation, I want you to roll me your etiquette to see if you know the basics of how to get in and do your stuff. Okay, yeah. So 3 successes is what I wanted for that, and yeah, you managed to you smile him, and you essentially understand the basics. Um, you maybe flash a bit of cleavage, and just simply say that you know that it would be acceptable to say that you were here for Mr. Johnson.
I suppose that takes care of that then.
Okay. Yeah, and you make your way in, and the dance floor is like the floor beneath you is dark except for the dance floor, which changes from like neon green to blue to red to hot pink. It's like just flashing colors. Like if you were seeing with your actual eyes, chances are you'd be having an epileptic fit. It's flashing so fast, but at the same time, there's this weird slow-mo quality to it. It's kind of it's happening. You know, it's happening quickly, but like you can distinctly see every color as it flashes. Because
Well-
time in the Matrix is slightly abstract, so.
Well, if it weren't for the fact that spoiling a good whiskey like that would be really, really tacky, then Alethia might contemplate whether she'd added anything to her drink.
Okay, and so how does Soul deal with this when she turns up outside the club?
She goes straight for the door, and you're in completely the line.
Yep.
When the bouncer stops her, she kind of like squirms, trying to see inside. She doesn't try to go inside and tell the bouncer, "I'm here for a meet with a certain Johnson or something."
Yeah. So like you do that, and he kind of like okay, he's at the bar. Yeah, or Alethia would have been told that he was at the bar as well if she told him that. And he kind of steps back, opens the door, lets you in. What about Callie?
Well, I will be walking up to the VIP area and saying I have a meeting with a Mr. Johnson.
Okay, the bouncer kind of is a bit shocked by your avatar, by your persona. He's
I'm
like,
going to point out it does not have the penis on the actual persona. I just haven't cut it out yet.
You know, it's like don't get many Sata avatars, Sata personas in here. But I mean, I guess okay. The gentleman you're looking for is at the bar.
All right, thank you.
And how does Knight handle the situation?
Well, he's gonna just look around for a bit, blinking. This is very different to him, and in fact, it's a little bit strange because he's perhaps forgotten what it's like to see like this at this point. You know, imagine you have perhaps a little buzzing in your ear, and it's just been insistent for the last few months, and then all of a sudden it's gone, at least temporarily.
Yeah.
And you're kind of used to it, and now it's not there. So
Yeah, like at first it's really irritating, but then you get used to it, and then after that, when it goes, you miss it.
yeah, and for him, that's his vision. That's the fact that he sees the astral and whatnot. And this place is just normal. It's fake, but it's real enough that he's confused by it. So after a while, he's just going to blink a couple times very rapidly, and then make his way to the VIP area and try to walk in.
Okay.
He's not
yeah.
even going to say anything. He's just going to try to walk in.
Okay. So yeah, the Skyrim bouncer will put his hand out to stop you and like, there's a queue, you know, buddy.
I have a meeting that I need to attend.
Would it be a pretty young lady by any chance? Still, back to the queue here.
I cannot be late for this meeting. It is with a Mr. Johnson.
Oh, you should have said, pal. The others are already inside. It should be pretty obvious. He's by the bar. He slipped me some money to make sure you guys got in unmolested. So there's that. You look a bit, out of sorts. You alright?
I'm perfectly fine. Thank you very much. And with that, he's just going to walk past the bouncer.
Okay. Yeah. You totally do that. When you're all inside, you're greeted by the whole vibrancy of the place. There is a bar, as strange as it seems to you. They basically do sell drinks, but the drinks are essentially just SimSense drinks. But they look like real, legit drinks. And they have essentially the full effect because mind over matter. And the bar is just a long bar along one wall, and there is blue. There's a soft blue glow from below and above, and in cool blue writing, above it, it just says the Hazard Lounge.
Interesting. Knight is going to head to the bar.
Cool.
And look for the bartender.
Yeah. So, shit. Is that what I want to do? Yeah, it is. Yeah. So, when you get to the bar, the bartender's persona, is essentially that of generic bartender. It just looks like a bartender. It's not anything special, anything fancy. He just looks like a bartender. He's can I take your order?
I would like, he's just going to look he's looking a little bit almost through the person, like he's a little bit absent-minded. I would like a whiskey, Irish if you have it. And he's going to quote a brand that's actually rather on the cheaper side of things, like the name perhaps escapes me for the moment, but perhaps like
Jameson's.
a Hennessy. Like a Jagerson's or a Hennessy, like a cheap whiskey, not a good whiskey.
Yeah, so, he's like, come in right up, sir. Roll me a judge intentions.
Okay.
It seems most appropriate.
Okay, I didn't set that, but I got 4 hits.
Yeah, well, with your 4 hits, you become apparently aware that it's not talking like a person, and that this might be some kind of automated program, either like a bartending equivalent of an agent or ICE,
Yeah.
Go on.
He doesn't know very much about computers at all, but yeah, he'll get the impression perhaps that it's not human.
Yeah. And he goes away and pours you your drink. And as you look up and down the bar, you see various individuals. And you look around. You see one gentleman who his persona is Professor Farnsworth from Futurama. Essentially.
Oh, good news, everyone! But yeah, he does not know a Professor Farnsworth. He is not a guy who watched old trids. So,
well, it's not. Yeah, but that's just kind of what it looks like.
Do I see a Zoidberg
so it's not
too?
actually that guy. It just looks kind of.
If I see a Zoidberg, I might have to react to that. But
You do not see a Zoidberg, although I so wanted to have him in this in some way, but no. I figured that would be too much.
okay, so at any rate, he's just gonna wait for his drink to arrive.
Okay. How do the other runners deal with this?
Alethia gives the whole thing a shrug. Matrix strengths may be slightly tacky, but then again, you really should be giving everything a try at least once. So she also heads to the bar, joins Knight there, and also orders herself some whiskey to go with her real-world meat space whiskey. But unlike Knight, she tends to go for the more expensive brands.
Okay, so have you met before?
Knight and Alethea have not met before, I believe.
Okay. Fair enough. There's a picture there, for those of you who don't know what Professor Farnsworth looks like. This guy's sat at the end of the bar. He looks noticeably out of place. Well, not necessarily out of place, but uncomfortable, jittery. Okay, and yeah, the bartender, the agent bartender, will get you your drink. What about Callie?
I'm going to go to the bar, sit next to the guys, and order a 8-bit mojito.
8-bit mojito. So yeah, what happens is essentially you're handed a glass that looks like it's filled with Tetris blocks and an umbrella.
Fantastic.
But as you drink, the Tetris blocks kind of dissolve into water, into liquid. Sorry, and yeah.
As for Sol, she's going to go to the bar near the guy and order a fireball shot.
Okay, a furball shot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you go there, and basically what you're given is a little kind of like tablet, and it's got a little video on it, and it's a YouTube video about cats, and as you watch it, you get you can feel the furball shot slide down your neck.
Okay.
So like as the more you play it, the more you drink.
She'll just let go, and I was real trippy.
Yeah, because drinks in the Matrix don't actually have to be represented by drinks.
Yeah. Right. So after that, she'll look for the Jansons, the other guy that seems to be. Yeah, I guess that the Fanswords guy is going to be the Jansen something.
Yeah. So after a while, he's looking around, and he actually approaches you, and he's like, "Are you the runners?"
Why, maybe, honey. Care to join us for drink?
No, thank you. I just wanna be leaving as soon as possible. I need you to do me a favor. I've got a job for you. It's I need something delivered from a building to the docks.
Oh, what a buskill. Well, I suppose we can do that. Sure. But perhaps you would like to elaborate a little bit on the details of what this job may entice?
I just need you to deliver something to a warehouse on the docks, and you'll find out what it is when you arrive and you pick it up. I just need you to pick it up from here. And he hands you he kind of like throws you an ARO, and on the ARO is the address of a bio research company, and he's like, I need you to come to the back door. Just come to this loading entrance, and like he tosses you an ARO, which is essentially like a map of the facility, but with the door he wants you to meet him at highlighted. You'll notice that there is vehicle entrance to that area.
Alright, so we're supposed to go there, pick up a package, and take it to the docks.
Yep.
What's the catch?
There is no catch. I mean, why would there be a catch? There's no catch.
Well, I do believe you are about to hand us a very sizable sum in order to solve this little issue of yours. So surely there's some reason or another as to why you couldn't just hire any other delivery firm. Yes.
Well, I mean, obviously, I'm stealing the item. I mean, I thought the illegality of it was implicit in the fact that I was hiring shadow runners.
Alright, so you're stealing the item. That explains why we would need the runners. So,
Yes,
do
but
you expect any resistance on the way, or...?
You should be fine once the package is outside of the building. You should be home free. I just need you to make sure it gets there safely.
Yes, and just to clarify, are we to see to it that the package is brought not merely from the building to the docks, but also from the inside of the building to the outside of the building, or will that be arranged for us?
There's a reason I'm asking you to meet at the door. I will handle that part myself.
All right. Would there be any due preparations you would like us to make as to ascertain the safety of this piece of cargo we're about to transport?
You're the shadow runners. Surely you would know what precautions you need to take. That's why I'm hiring you and
Alright.
paying for your services.
Alright. How large is this package? Is it... Yeah, how large is it?
It's about one. It's about like 1 meter high by probably half a meter wide.
Alright. So, what, it's a box or something like that?
Something like that.
Alright.
My bad.
Like as you take a sip of your cheap whiskey, there is a two night and your senses. The SimSense rig doesn't really cover SimSense stuff doesn't really cover vampire. So like compared to the good whiskey you're used to, this tastes extremely chemically.
Well, he always did buy the crappy stuff.
Well, by good I mean like not digital.
Yeah, so he's just gonna drink that. He's going to kind of shrug, and he's still ignoring the Johnson. He's just gonna hail the bartender again if he can.
Okay, yeah, no, you totally can. I was like, so
Because he's gonna down that very quickly and then hail the bartender.
cool. Yeah, no, you
Like
totally
he
do
just
that.
kind of sips it, goes huh, and then just shotguns the entire glass.
Cool, and then the bartender will come back over and like, can I take your order?
Shepherd's pie, please.
Okay, and yeah, like the thing goes away, and it kind of pulls out a slate, like a tablet PC, and after like a few seconds of it like tapping away, well, this actually looks like a nice one. Fuck you, Dagon. I want shepherd's pie for dinner.
Shepherd's pie is very good. He is from a German-Irish background, so it's a thing he would have eaten.
Yeah, after a few seconds of the agent tapping around, that essentially materializes in front of you.
He's going to stare at it very intently and just start shoveling it.
Yeah, and again, it tastes. Have you ever had the really shit ready meal shepherd's pies? You know,
Yes.
the ones that taste
Yes, I
really
have.
bad. Yeah, it's slap. That's what it tastes like. It looks like a really good shepherd's pie, but it tastes like a bit.
He doesn't care. This is what he used to have with his squad mates when they'd go to the bar once a week.
Yeah, and you know, it's not actual food, so it's not going to make you sick.
Exactly. That's what he's realizing.
Yeah. Oh, this
So
is
he's
cool.
not even remotely focused on the Johnson. He's focused on this.
Yeah, like cool. So the Johnson then turns to the rest of you, like sees this going on, and he kind of just shrugs and he's like, yeah. So can you help me here?
Well, whether we'll be able to help you, help us, help yourself, well, that really depends on...
Help you, help
what-
me, help me.
Yes. Well, that really depends on the compensation you had in mind to send away once we've accomplished your goals for you.
I'm taking all the risks, so I figured since you're just transporting a package, that maybe around 8,000 new yen a head would be appropriate.
Yes, well, while I certainly can see where you're coming from, I'm also sure that you understand that talent does not come cheaply, and really, while you say this is a very simple endeavor, as of right now, we have no way of ascertaining the dire perils or luminous wonders we'll be encountering on our little transport mission, so surely it would not be too much to ask to cover for a reasonable fee to cover any and all preparations we'll have to make in the process of ensuring that this happens by the books and fuck up free.
I guess yes. I mean, obviously, I don't want any complications. And at this, I want you to roll your negotiation.
Yep. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that I assume that first impression applies, but clothing bonus and some such
Clothing
does
bonus
not.
doesn't. Pheromones doesn't. First impression does. Street cred doesn't, because he isn't aware of who you are. He just knows that you're Shadowrunners.
All right.
Okay.
And I'm going to etch the above for more net hits. There you go.
Okay. I offered 8,000 to begin with, didn't I?
Yep.
Okay. So he's like, I can go as high as 11,000 new yen each. It's the most I can afford.
All right then. While Alethia is not really capable of flashing the man a smile, given her persona's lack of features, she can send the echo of a lauder his way.
Yeah.
She
well,
pats him on the shoulder and then looks about around. I suppose we do have ourselves a deal here, do we, gentlemen? Ladies, of course.
I don't think any of the avatars actually looks like a lady.
Whichever applies, really.
Yeah, I think we have a deal. When
Fine.
is this supposed to happen?
I accept. And he's going to go back to eating.
Okay. If you can be at the designated location for 9 this evening.
9 this evening. Yes, I should be able to make that meet without any major rescheduling. Yes.
You might wanna organize it amongst yourselves. But like, I don't know how you want to do travel. But that's for you to discuss. Shit, gotta go. And like he blinks from existence. It's like, Callie, you'd recognize this as him essentially just immediately jacking out.
Alright.
Bye. And Alethia waves to him as he removes himself from the premises.
Alright, first question. Does anyone have a decent car?
I don't know what you mean by decent, but I have a car, but it just can take 2 people. So
Yes, well, I have a very distinguished gentleman with a very distinguished car on retainer, but I do not believe that utilizing his services would be appropriate for this particular course of action, I'm afraid.
I have a Ford America, but I'm just wondering if we have anything bigger than that. We can of course fit in there, possibly with the packets, but something bigger would be better.
doesn't look like we have anything bigger than that.
I'm guessing Knight is simply ignoring you and eating.
I sent you a roll. He is going to quickly flick a DNI ARO. I'll be right back. Use this if you need to talk to me. And then he's just going to jack out.
Okay. Well played, sir. Yeah. So yeah, you're sent like a DNI code, and you don't know who it is, but the person sat at the bar next to you simply blinks out of existence.
Alright.
Well,
who the
no
hell was
reason
that?
not to accept the arrow. Well, I do believe that maybe one of our less social colleagues for the evening.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Which is fine, of course. I'm sure he'll be able to compensate by excelling in other areas, yes.
I hope so.
So while this is going on, he's going to head to the surface.
Okay. Yeah, let's deal with that. So Knight is heading to the surface. It's like 9 in the morning. It's 10 in the morning.
Yeah, he'll throw a spell on quick. He isn't really disguising himself that well. Let's see, I'll roll disguise anyway. But it's kind of like a slapdash thing for him. He's moving very quickly. So that's got 4, and then I will roll the allergy thing. That is sufficient to alleviate his problems. And I will roll drain. No drain. So yeah, he's heading to the surface.
Just to clarify, Knight is a vampire, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
Alright.
He is a half-crazed vampire who was recently infected about a month ago.
Fun times for you guys.
You wouldn't know that I see though, right? Not yet, at least.
You wouldn't be able to tell in the Matrix, obvious reasons.
Yeah.
The way I play it off is it's GM interpretation, but I think the way the GMs as a rule have generally interpreted is a perception check can help, and if you have knowledge, you'll generally be able to pick out what he is. He does have masking, if that's relevant, and you need 3 hits to kind of diagnose him. You need 4 to confirm what he is on the sensing chart.
Yeah. I mean, if you're just generally a sensing, fair enough. But if I kind of pick up that you're a sensing specifically because you know out of character that he's a vampire and you just want to find out in character, I'll kind of just hand wave it as you don't do it because unless you have a reason to actually do it, then.
Well, maybe you do have a reason to do it. It's a negative quality. He is a monster.
Yeah,
that can come up.
that could. Yeah, but like if it makes sense, then yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, he's heading to the surface and he's looking for a stuffer shack.
Okay.
But don't let me derail what everyone else is doing.
Okay, so you can totally find a stuffer shack within about 5 minutes walk of where you are. What are you wishing to purchase?
He's gonna buy that brand of cheap whiskey.
Okay. yeah, you can find the brand of cheap whiskey.
And essentially like a Hennessy or something, and then he's going to buy a little crappy soy meat pie to go with it.
Yeah, and you find your like soy shepherd's pie.
Yeah, and he kind of sits in front of the place, goes back down, close to the manhole, and then he starts eating it.
Okay. I believe that essentially what happens is you're immediately sick.
Within 15 minutes.
Okay, yeah. So you can you're enjoying.
I'll roll to see if he can hold it in.
Yeah. So yeah. But I'll have you do that in like 15 minutes time. You mean you're just sat eating it for now, and it's like extremely dull tasting compared to what you've had. It doesn't really satisfy you in any meaningful way.
He doesn't care. He's just eating it. Matrix meat's maybe not the best for him.
Okay. So what are the rest of you doing? Still inside the club?
I think I'm gonna finish my drink. Quick question. If I want to leave a small data package in there, what kind of action would that be? Not a data bomb, just a data package somewhere.
You can totally just do that.
Right.
Because you could just leave it in the form of just like leaving an ARO like on the bar.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that before I.
Depending on what's in the data packet. Obviously.
I think you know what's in the data package.
Yeah, I do. Okay, yeah. So you essentially like pull out an ARO that takes the form of a magazine.
Does it involve satyrs?
Yes, it does.
A very speciality magazine, and you just leave it on the bar.
Alright, then I'm going to log out and set up a DNI for us.
Okay. So, like, presumably, assuming competence here, that you, when Knight exchanged his com code, you guys all, like, kind of thought, oh, that was a good idea, and shared yours. So, Callie jacks out, like, instantly just kind of twinkles out from existence, after placing a magazine on the bar, and, then you get a DNI request.
Which Alethia accepts without any further ado.
Okay, so what's Alethia and Soul doing at this point?
Alethia is finishing up her whiskey.
Okay.
Well, a Matrix whiskey, then she checks out, and then she finishes her real whiskey.
Yes,
no, Alethia is not reading the magazine. She's demonstratively ignoring it, in fact.
Seeing everyone checking out, the soul would just say later and check out.
Okay, yeah. So you totally jack out. It's been an hour, and I need to make myself another coffee. So I did say I'd be giving people coffee breaks for this morning. So I'll be back in 5 minutes. You guys also have 5 minutes. And then afterwards, I'd like some quick feedback. This is the first time I've done a Matrix meet, and I don't feel it went too well, but kind of okay.
Unfortunately, you brought a guy who hasn't had real food for a long time to a SimSense bar.
Yeah, I loved it though. That was kind of the bit I enjoyed the most. But yeah,
He said he was okay with Matrix meats. He kind of lied.
yeah. No, it's cool. I didn't mind that. It was interesting. In terms of character development for you, um, and like how does a vampire handle SimSense? Well, it's going to be kind of because they're not using their full enhanced senses, so it's going to be different. It's going to be kind of. I tried to purvey that it was kind of very artificial, and you would pick up on that compared to real stuff. Like, although the food you've got is dull and unsatisfying, it's way better than the chemically digital shit you were having.
You have to consider that the guy simply hasn't eaten. He just doesn't anymore. So
Yeah,
that's really, to him, it's tasting really, really good
yeah,
right now.
yeah. When he brings it back up in about 5 minutes. Yeah, so I'm just gonna go make that coffee, and then afterwards I'd like some feedback on the meat, and then I'll progress.
Alrighty, I shall go acquire myself some drinkables and nourishments as well. BB.
Okay, so I'm back. Yeah, that was a thing. Um, Everyone else around, or
Yeah, I'm there. Just my microphone was muted.
That's all right. That's fine. We all do.
For the feedback for the matrix, it was fun. There wasn't really any metric check-ins involved, but this is fine. Really, it was a fun meet with the drinks and all.
Yeah, I liked it. It was different.
I just don't think I'd seen anyone do a Matrix meet yet. Like it might have happened and I'd just not be aware, but I kind of wanted to give it a go.
2 questions. One, what was the bar called?
It was called the Hazard Lounge.
And we were going to a bio-research facility.
Yep.
What is it called? Do we know?
McCafferty's Bio Research and Development.
Is everyone here again?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so I know my character's kind of taken himself out of the game a little bit because sketchball, but
It's alright. I kind of like. I mean, the way it's done this way is actually to give you an opportunity to get some sleep beforehand because,
yeah.
yeah.
At any rate, yeah, he's just gonna keep eating until eventually he pukes this up.
Do you want to roll for it, or do you want to just say that he does puke it up?
I'll roll for it.
Okay.
He does. He's gonna. It's gonna happen no matter what. It's just a matter of how soon it happens. So not right away.
Cool. So, like, you know, I'd say like 5-minute intervals is probably what seems appropriate.
Yeah,
or
it
is
says rules for you can hold it in for 10 minutes and 15 minutes initially. So he's just going to be eating this and just...
Yeah.
Essentially, he hasn't eaten real food. And he's not been on the Matrix since this meet. He just kind of keeps to himself in his little crappy sewer squat.
Yeah.
So he's just eating this because if it's not obvious, he doesn't really like what he is.
Yeah.
And after a while, yeah, he'll just puke it up, I imagine, and get very angry at himself.
Okay. So,
And then get back down to the sewer.
yeah. Roll me again for 5 minutes later. Like, I mean, you kept it down for 10 minutes, and then you kept it down for another 5.
He's still keeping it down.
Okay, so you're at 20 minutes now. You've kept it down for about 20 minutes. Keep going.
Still kept it down.
35.
There's a hard limit of 30, I know, though.
Yeah.
And still, he needs to hit 3 in order to keep it down.
Okay, so
it's a willpower body.
You get to about half-hour mark, and you're feeling like quite satisfied, and then you can feel your stomach beginning to kind of convulse. Like you're getting like stomach spasms almost.
Yeah. So he is halfway down the sewers by now. He's just bending down all fours, breathing heavily.
And I'm back, sorry.
Oh, okay, that's cool. We're just dealing with the after effects of Night's eating food.
Oh my.
He'll just start cursing quietly to himself. Shit.
And then you get like this stitch-like pain in your side, and you feel all of the food like literally. You can feel it, like chunks of it coming back up, mixed with the whiskey, and then it's just kind of the amalgamation of the shepherd's pie and the whiskey, and bile, but not even really bile, because I mean it's kind of like bile kind of burns, and this is kind of this burn that's bitter, and it's kind of black.
So he's just gonna kind of bend up on all fours, curse, and heave like a person, like an Englishman, after a long night of Saturday night's drinking, perhaps a little bit too much.
There's this
And
one time I vomited up my door to my flat. I then let myself in. And then I convinced my other neighbours that it was the new guy who moved in across from me that did it and not me.
okay, so it's kind of along that lines at this point for him. So just horks it up, and afterwards, just I guess this combination of shame and anger.
Yeah. And what's everybody else going to be doing now? Because you've just jacked out. You've just set up a DNI. Presumably, you might want to do a little bit of planning before you arrange to meet somewhere and get in a singular car or whatever.
Yeah, so the biggest car we got now is a Ford America, I think.
Yes, I believe it is.
Well, perhaps we should approach it from a different angle. Which of the ones among us are actually capable drivers?
Every character is able to drive without the skill per se, but the skill helps when you're trying to do stunts and things like that, like in the chase.
Okay, so I will say now that I didn't have a rigger apply, and so any kind of chase scene I was going to do, it will be a muted version of what I originally planned, and I've shifted the focus elsewhere.
All right.
All right. Anyone else then?
I don't have the skill, so that will be defaulting on 5 reaction. So 4 dice for me to drive.
All right. Alethia also mentions that, well, she's got a driver's license for what it's worth. She's gotten a little rusty because, well, you tend to get rusty when you stop actually driving yourself and having people ferry you around. But I'm sure, yes, I'm sure I'm still quite apt behind the wheel if it needs be. So perhaps we may need to bring 2 cars along for this particular endeavor, considering we do not have a dedicated transport at our hands here, and it would be really rather tiresome to try to fit everybody assembled into the trunk of an Americar.
I've got a car, but it's a 2-seater. So I could
What kind of car is it?
It's a Chrysler Nissan Jackrabbit, so it's 2 seats.
Okay.
All right, so I suppose we could be using this particular car as an escort vehicle. Do we have a larger car to actually transport the cargo?
I've got a smuggling compartment, so could hide it in there.
Well, assuming it is sufficiently large, that will do, yes.
It's the one for humans or things like that. So it's if the package is half a meter long, should be no problem.
All right then. Next on, let's plot up a course for ourselves. So where exactly is this facility, and where's the harbor on the Seattle map? What districts are we gonna be going through?
The research facility is in downtown, and the harbor is kind of also downtown-ish.
So it's gonna be a fairly short trip.
Yeah, for the distance doesn't mean that we won't encounter problem on the way. That will make the trip a little longer.
Of course. Suffice to say, this is downtown we're talking about. Couple of A neighborhoods, couple of AA, couple of AAAs even. So even if we avoid the high security zones, it would probably still be astute not to bring along any particularly heavy and, needless to say, illegal equipment along for the ride, yes? Particularly the visible sort thereof. Much as it pains me, I suppose I will have to leave my assault rifle at home, yes. And so will you, I'd say.
But I've got a smuggling compartment. We could put them in there and have them anyway.
I suppose we could do that for if we run into any particularly severe issues. But again, this is downtown. If we run into any particularly severe issues, it would probably be more astute to just keep on driving instead of trying to pick a fight with the indubitably more numerable corporate security teams and, of course, Knight Errant, which are indubitably littering the area.
While someone is driving, someone else can be shooting out of the window, something like that. So, but you'll be driving, so maybe just decide if you want to bring it or not. But yeah, the other people in the cars can shoot while someone is driving.
Yes, well, actually, that leaves the question: are the two of us the only ones capable of pulling off a job behind the wheel?
No, I can drive decently.
All right, then it may be a little better to put you behind the wheel because, as much as it pains me to say this, driving while trying to work a little magic, that tends to end up poorly for everyone involved.
Yeah, agreed. And I mean, if we actually end up in a chase, I'm not sure how useful I will be if I'm not actually driving. I might be able to attack a bit, but I think we might be better off just throwing spells and bullets at them.
Yes. Yes, all good things to consider. One thing we may also wish to consider is the possibility of having to cross maybe multiple checkpoints. We will, of course, try to calculate a route that leads us to as few of the static ones as possible, but there's always the impromptu ones they set up. They do try to do a reasonably decent job at keeping downtown safe.
Just a quick question. Who has the Ford Americar?
Kali.
Do you have a smuggling compartment or?
No, I do not.
Okay. Because Sol isn't a driver, don't have the skills, so she's better for shooting, so we could just pile up everyone into our car, but the thing is to bring heavy ordnance, we need our car, which has...
I will be right back, that's the door.
Okay, I'm gonna break character for a second, because my character, frankly, would not talk here. He is my quiet guy. It seems like you guys are planning out things that aren't necessarily relevant yet. If I may offer a suggestion, you can matrix search the site, and you can also matrix search if there are any police activity or police checkpoints nearby.
Yeah, that was the idea.
Rather
just
than
keep a look on what's going on the police side.
Yeah.
Just to avoid
Like
checkpoints and so on.
We finished the meet at around 9:30, 10. You have plenty of time. You have at least 6 hours, which is how long it takes to just jack in and deck to figure out what the area is like, what the route's like, what kind of zone it is, if there are police routes there at all.
Yeah, I think what I will do is just do a few matrix rolls and try to plot up a decent course for us and just keep a lookout when...
Yeah, just
shortly
specifically
before the jobs.
Look up, like, the zone, look up the place we're going to, look up the place we need to be going to, and look up the route, see if there's any security checkpoints there, and then you can plan, like... it's a rather common thing I find to overplan to a degree, to plan for things that won't even happen. So, plan once you have a little more info, maybe.
Alright, what I'm thinking is we need to know, get a
Sorry.
bit of info on the place in the docks where we are taking the packets. It would be nice to know who owns the facility where we are picking up the packets, just to have an idea of what kind of security we might expect.
Sorry about that. It's just that time of day where the post comes. So I had to sign for a package. And
Oh, Jesus Christ. Sorry.
it's alright.
My cat's causing a bit of a ruckus. Well, one of them anyways.
Yeah. So what did I miss? I do apologise. I take it you guys were just planning while I wasn't here.
Yeah, we're trying to get information on the warehouse and on the docks and on the place where we're going to get the package.
And
So,
the route in particular.
Yeah. Does Ariana Lesh Seattle could help with one of the three things we...
Yeah, Area Knowledge Seattle can help with. It can give you bonus dice to plotting a route, based on net hits.
Okay.
It can give you. You can do it to researching the building or the docks. But I'll say that you can do it for one of those three things.
Okay.
So you can pick which bonuses you want.
So, Kelly, what do you want to do for your matrix search? I'll do one of the other ones, so I'll...
A matrix search will only give you information on the docks or the warehouse.
Okay.
The docks or the facility.
So I'll do Arena Ledge for the route then. Ta-da. 7 dice.
And if you happen to be willing to accept Alethia as your dear leader, then she'd be able to send you a couple of motivating cat pictures and point out the occasional, hey, did you look at this yet? And grant you some bonus dice through leadership.
That will be hard with the character, frankly. So,
Come again?
it won't fit with the character, so...
Yeah,
sorry.
fair enough. That's why I'm asking.
2 successes.
Okay, so when you do a navigation test, when you do it, you'll all have like 2 bonus dice.
Okay.
So that's how I'll handle that one. In terms of the area, though, you do know that the most obvious thing is it's probably going to take you through some A areas, and the facility itself is in an A area.
Okay. So Saul is going to share the information with the rest of the team.
Okay. We'll do Callie next. Do you want to do some matrix searches?
Yes. There are a few things I want to find out. First of all, I want to find out who owns the facility we are going to.
Okay, so just do me a matrix search, and it'll be relating to information on McAfee Bioresearch and Development. Okay, they're a subsidiary of Renraku. That is the first piece of information I'll just flat out give you. And you can ask like 3 or 4 other questions based on that, based on your hit.
Guys, do you have any suggestions as to info we might want?
Don't think I got any relevant knowledge, but for Arena Ledge, so...
If there's nothing specific you want, I have a few bits I can give you, but yeah.
Yeah, just some how much security to expect, and then just throw some stuff at me.
Okay, so they're a Ranraku company. They have the standard array of Corsair goons that you would expect. However, security has been beefed up recently a little bit on the grounds that there have been protesters protesting their use of what the protesters claim to be sentient and sapient animals for research.
Is there any?
So-
Are there any specifics about the animals that are allegedly being used by Renraku for the tests?
They run the gamut from rats to monkeys.
Is there anything like what's special about them? Are they like awakened? Are they technomancers?
Roll me a logic plus intuition, actually, everybody, when you find out that they're monkeys. When you find out the word monkey.
Logic plus intuition.
Yep.
I don't know
Would
shit.
mnemonic enhancers apply?
Yep. And cerebral boosters too, if you have them. Like, you can add those in. Like, I don't know why they wouldn't, but yeah. Okay, so Callie, with 7 successes, you put 2 and 2 together, and you figure out that a monkey is probably roughly 1 meter high.
So that means that the package might be a monkey.
Well, no.
Like possibly.
Yeah. You also, with 7 successes, realize that since you're aware that they're allegedly doing research on sapient individuals, you are aware of a meta variant of dwarfs known as the Hanuman, which are actually monkey people.
Monkey business.
They mostly, your knowledge of these is a bit sketchy, but with 7 successes, I'll give you some information. Although there are many city-dwelling Hanuman, the largest populations are actually kind of essentially very rural and tribal, and are not that much different from a communal group of chimpanzee. They're vaguely smarter and vaguely self-aware, and stop rattling your fork. Don't play with your food, man. Eat it. Yeah. Yeah, so you're aware that there's increased security because of protests. The standard security is the regular corset goons, nothing that you as Shadowrunners should be worried about.
Is there any indication that we couldn't simply drive up to the back door to handle the drop? Like, is it walled off or something?
There is a gate that would be preventing access. That would be on the map, and it's something else that you can confirm. But, I mean, you do have a decker, so that may or may not be an issue.
So, what I'm gleaning from this is that the package we need to pick up is in a location where we are not necessarily welcome.
Yep, that is true.
This is almost like an extraction rather than a package per se.
Yeah.
We are going to have to go in and basically grab this thing and leave. Because often when you're talking about package deliveries, you're talking about, oh yeah, here's your thing, go deliver it somewhere else, and the initial drop-off's easy. In this case, we'll have to actually grab it and move.
All right then. I would like to suggest that should any talking be required to get to this much quoted back door, then I would like to offer myself as a representative of Renraku Corporate to handle some business on behalf of the facility supervisor, who is probably conveniently off-site. If he isn't, then, well, we'll just go with his supervisor. Surely you would be able to look up the names of the individuals in question, yes?
Probably yes.
She directs at the decker.
ASIN.
I can acquire one rather easily. That shouldn't be an issue.
So you are able
We'll
to
have to.
acquire a Corp
Yes.
ID.
Yes, most certainly. I mean, it will have to come out of our expenses fund, but I'm sure nobody will object to that, yes?
Bear in
I
mind, you
disagree.
are going into.
Unfortunately, if you want to bring all of us, we will all need corp IDs. I doubt those are cheap.
Callie, roll me logic plus intuition again. Or do you have matrix designs or like matrix security systems as a knowledge skill?
Security design.
Okay. Would that get you more dice than what you've rolled?
No, it would not.
Okay, well then I'll let you keep those 7 successes, since I only thought of it after. Okay, so with your aforementioned knowledge, you're aware that the gate, from pictures you've seen and information, it's not manned. It's a gate that expects you to hold up a ID to it, and it's kind of an ID / SIN scanner all in one.
Alright. What I'm thinking, guys, instead of wasting a lot of money on IDs and such like, we are planning to put the packets in the Jackrabbit. Am I right?
We should perhaps use a car that we can all fit inside.
Well, we can always use 2 cars.
Yeah, that was what I was thinking. Since we will be kind of cramped in the America, especially with a package of that size.
Does anybody know the new contact nightlight?
Nope.
Unfortunately, no.
Nope.
Okay, they don't do it, but I'd have allowed you to rent a vehicle from them. They don't normally do that, but that's a thing.
True enough. But what I'm thinking is we just drive up to the gate, I hack the gate opens, we go to the door. Hopefully nothing will happen on the way, we pick up the packets and leave. If needed, we can do face work where needed.
That
As well,
seems like a solid plan to me.
That it does.
Simplistic. Sometimes things don't need to be complicated.
No,
Yeah.
and every complication you make in a plan is just another place where the plan can get fucked up. So keep it simple, and yeah, just that way it will most probably hold.
So we have been instructed to go there at 9 o'clock, correct?
Yeah,
Yes.
9 o'clock
That is
in the
correct.
evening.
So perhaps we should meet somewhere an hour before.
Yep. Do we want to rent a vehicle for this, or try to?
We could try to, yeah.
If you're interested in such an
probably
endeavor,
be-
then I would not object. Oh? Did you have anything particular in mind? Because if you did, then I suppose I could be asking around a little. I may know the odd person or another who'd be willing to provide us with such a service, yes.
Something bulletproof.
I shall look into it, yes. Which Alethia then proceeds to do, I suppose.
Okay, so what you guys doing now? What's the plan?
Alethia will look into the possibility of renting a vehicle through some black market contact or another.
Do any of you have Shadow Community?
I have Underworld, but not sure.
Yeah, Alethia has Underworld as well.
Okay, so both of you can roll me Underworld then.
I have some knowledge underworld. I'll roll as well.
Cool.
Actually, I do not because I'm an idiot. Never mind. I had it on the old sheet.
Okay, so 3 successes is enough to. You've heard of a guy called Fast Eddie? Callie knows a Fast Eddie. Callie definitely knows a Fast Eddie. 3 was the threshold I was doing mentally for this. So Callie and Alethia both have heard of Fast Eddie. Fast Eddie, is a Vori middleman who, as a side, like his business that he does with the Vori, is essentially stealing cars to order, and we're talking like top end designer vehicles.
All right.
Well, I suppose that only leaves one question. Does the car that we are looking to rent come in black? Well, what sort of car are we looking to rent here, and what price tag are we talking here?
Get a step van if possible.
Yeah, I think
Color is
van might be a good idea.
somewhat irrelevant.
Either a van or a pickup truck, but a van is probably better.
Yeah, so we're probably talking like a GMC Bulldog or some such, yes?
Probably yes.
Alright, Brad, what's the price tag on renting such a vehicle?
I'm gonna say that you can rent one from Fast Eddie for the evening for 10% of the actual cost.
All right.
I think that's probably reasonable. I don't know what that would actually be in terms
That
of.
would be for a Bulldog Step 1, 3,500.
That's reasonable.
Yeah, that seems
Yeah.
reasonable. Yeah.
That is reasonable indeed, provided we all chip in, of course.
Yeah,
And
it will be
I'm actually going to
Yeah,
say
no
that
problem.
there's a 500 million surcharge just to make rounding it up nice and easy.
Sounds good. I'll mark it down on the sheet.
Yes, that's reasonable enough, I suppose.
Okay.
So, is anyone gonna call him, or are we just going to assume that we did?
It's up to you if you want to roleplay that out.
Why, yes, Eddie, dearest of my friends, you wouldn't happen to have a little time to, help out a friend in need?
Oh, I always had time for a beautiful woman.
That is most excellent. Perhaps you could compliment this particular beautiful woman with, let's say, maybe I was thinking something medium-sized, maybe a GMC Bulldog. I'm sure it will come in black and with the complimentary gifts that is expected of a man to hand to a beautiful woman, yes?
I can arrange for Bulldog. It can be done. There is a small issue though.
Yes, this is this very tiresome sort of issue that we're both thinking of here. That of a couple of new yen, yes?
Well, but also woman with such beautiful, luscious red lips remind me of motherland.
Why, I cannot exactly blame you for that.
The cherry red of your lips now is French, apparently. Fuck accents. Fuck voices.
Just keep trying it. Keep trying, comrade. Get me. You figure out. Yeah. Mine is not Russian. He's kind of German.
That's just the Russian national anthem playing in the background.
It's okay. Russia's a good country. My country is their national animal. Decided to pick like a overgrown rodent. Russia picked a bear because Russia actually cares what their national animal is.
Yeah.
So.
Although I still love the pictures you see of Putin riding a bear. It's hilarious.
While bare chested. That's an important part of it.
Yeah, that is. It's like
He's
how much more bear can you get?
Yeah.
He's a literal Bond villain. I maintain
He,
that.
he is a Bond villain, and
I mean,
Russia is.
he even assassinated a foreign president. I mean, how Bond villain does it get?
And what's absurd about
That's not proven.
it's not yet.
Leave Kaczynski to me.
Okay, so look, just we build many vehicle. We have GMC step van. We have Bulldog. We have many vehicle in our native land. We build big and strong like Stalin. In exchange for a few thousand nuyen and soft caress of your communist lips.
Yes, well, that does sound like a very reasonable price tag, though I suppose the soft caress of my communist lips would involve buying me dinner first at the very least. I'm sure you can afford the places that I usually frequent.
Yeah, certainly. I can afford, especially with your nuyen burning hot in my pocket, like my lust for your warm breast beating against strong Soviet chest.
This needs to become a recurring character.
Yes, he does.
Womanizing Carthy. I will turn this guy into a character if you don't.
I will
heads
pick
up.
him up as a contact.
We should work on it together and like create like a contact for the net because there needs to be a car dealer character.
Yeah, there does.
Oh.
Okay, so it's like for the price of 4,000 nuyen, I think I can arrange for you to have vehicle. Strong like Russian bear, and he like hits his chest really hard, and you can like hear it over the comm as like maybe Stalin's hand will guide you to my side after.
Yes, well, maybe I may feel inclined to contemplate that, if provided, of course, that your heart is not the only strong part of you. Yes.
Russian steel, strongest steel,
Excellent.
and I am as hard as steel.
Okay, this is turning into something a little bit different.
Yeah, I'm not really sure where I'm going with this. I'm
Okay.
starting to enter the world of uncomfortable.
So, I take it you've secured an arrangement with
Yes.
dealer.
Yes, I do believe I do. I've secured multiple arrangements, in fact, but I believe that only one of them will be relevant to this particular endeavor at our hands here. Yes.
Does anyone ever tell you that you use a lot of words when you speak?
I do believe you just did. Yes.
Anyone else?
People have been known to comment on the pleasantness of my voice. Yes.
Okay.
Alright, do we need any other info on the facility, or should I move on to the docks and checkpoints and route?
Okay, so here's the deal. You're arranging to meet somewhere. Fast Eddie has essentially organised that the van be left at that location. If you wish to do a navigation check for the route, that's perfectly good. You all have 2 bonus dice, so if you wish to default on it, you're actually
I actually do have navigation. It's funny how that works.
Yeah.
You're
So
at 3 on 9 dice.
okay, you can all do it, and I'll add your successes together because
Navigation is with intuition or logic?
Intuition.
I believe it's intuition.
Okay, I will default on it.
You get plus 2 dice.
Yeah.
And then Alethia shall play, yes, very accurately play the role of the nagging spouse with the roadmap.
Okay, that's fine. I will tell you now that your successes mean you've missed 2 out of the 3 checkpoints.
Excellent.
Because I had a threshold of 12 in mind with 4 for each checkpoint. So
Getting people to buy navigation
Nice.
It's really a fucking good skill to have, and
Same with tracking. I'm gonna up tracking.
yeah, like that was my whole plan with Sundown, is I was going to have him be like an outdoorsy, folksy type, but it never kind of panned out because mechanics,
Yeah, because street Sams are hard.
yeah, adept way easier.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, you've got a route in mind. The one place you haven't checked out yet is the docks.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna check the docks. We know, obviously, where in the docks we're supposed to take the package. Is it... well, the first thing I want to know, is that inside a gated facility or such like, or is it just out in the middle of nowhere?
Yeah, the docks is in a... it's in a gated facility. You have a specific address on the docks. The pier, if you wish to do a matrix search, I will give you more information on the address you have in the docks. So with 5 successes, I will give you 5 pertinent pieces of information. The pier is currently on a 1-month lease to Lamont Holdings PLC. Alethia, if you can roll me a memory test.
Sure. And she seems to remember well.
Okay, so with 4 successes, you remember this is a same company that you did a job for with Angus. To transfer a property to that company on behalf of Angus.
Ah, yes, a property.
Um,
That is certainly good to know.
and this dock is on a 1-month lease to that company. It's not the property you transferred, but you recognise it. The name. The other pertinent information is that the pier itself is nothing really notable about it, other than that the adjacent pier was recently involved in a police raid because some the triads had been trafficking humans in and out of there.
How very unpleasant.
Other pertinent pieces of information. The actual docks itself, you can drive in. You don't. There is like a checkpoint ish, but it's more of a case of just signing your name and driving in, as opposed to having to have any actual official documents. Because you can visit the docks for various different reasons.
Yeah, okay, so basically nothing to worry about. At
Yeah,
least seemingly.
so long as you can, talk your way past the dude at the door, that's perfectly legit. Yeah, and that's pretty much all the information I have off the top of my head.
Alright then, Alethia will retrieve a bottle of Arbelo whiskey from her fridge to throw in with the package come the time to hand over the damn thing.
You keeping whiskey in the fridge?
Pardon, not the fridge.
You
a suitable
heathen.
whiskey storage place.
Just a dark cupboard. I mean, heathen.
Well, in my defense, my character would know all about proper whiskey handling procedures, but
Proper whiskey
I
handling
have
procedure.
Not... Yes.
Yeah, that's you put it in a glass and you drink it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Would you like me to purchase that as a knowledge skill?
New knowledge skill, whiskey handling procedure. I'd say alcohol is a legit knowledge skill you could take. And actually would probably be appropriate to your character in all honesty. So
You can specialize in Scott's handling procedures.
yeah. So you guys right, so
I don't think we
Alethia
need
probably
any
has a
more
private cellar or something.
so you guys have all the information that I think is pertinent.
Yeah, I think so. So, who wants to drive?
Do I
Do
believe
you want
we've
me to do
already
it,
agreed
or-
on 2 drivers, yes?
Well, you only need one now. You've got the van.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
I'm just thinking because if I'm going to be hacking the gate, I can't really be driving at the same time.
Yes, well, I would like to call shotgun because, as you may know, magic does have this tendency not to work all that well through through opaque surfaces.
I can drive.
Okay. Yeah. So you guys have arranged to meet up, and I'm going to shift you. And this is kind of, you're meeting up here outside this like little shitty diner, and the van is there as appropriate. I'm going to give you 2 minutes to do your introductions to one another because this is the first time most of your characters actually met. And if there any dice rolls need to be done, Dagon can supervise while I go take a slash.
Alright, then wanna go by the, well, I'm tempted to say by the numbers, but yeah, let's say by the numbers.
All right.
Everybody
just
starts describing the character
Yeah,
as
stuff
their
to-
Well, why
audited roll 20.
don't we start left to right?
All right. Kali is a human girl, about 25-ish. She doesn't really have any remarkable feature aside from the obvious cyber arm and the data jack on her temple. But yeah, she's, well, average height, dark hair, and fairly average looking in most senses.
Alright. Alethia is a fairly tall, fair-skinned woman approaching the late end of her 20s. Maybe she's already in her early 30s. It's one of those things that's not that easy to tell. With her well-defined cheekbones and well-kept posturing, she's hardly unattractive, but she's also somewhat of an acquired taste. Her face seems just a little too ashen, her eyes a little too absent, beset by the sort of deep dark circles that might just be a little more than a symptom of the sleeplessness that's all too common in the business.
I'm back, by the way.
Welcome back.
And yeah, so you doing the whole
Okay.
introductions?
Knight
Go ahead,
is
Knight, right.
or appears to be a human man. He walks with a casual military posture, like basically marches. And he's about average height, perhaps a little bit above it, only about maybe between 5'9", 5'11". And he looks very rumpled. His clothing looks like he might sleep in it occasionally. And his appearance overall is unremarkable. His hair is perhaps a little bit dirty. He could possibly use a shower. And he moves very quickly and very kind of purposeful. Almost on the edge of twitching, but not quite. He has a habit of staring at things for a very long time to the point where it may almost perhaps be uncomfortable.
Would there be any telltale signs of him sensing people
He's pale.
when he does that?
He's
No, of
pale
him
and his
sensing
eyes are...
people as he's staring at them.
Oh, he's pale. He has dull red eyes, but it looks more brown, especially when he is touching himself up.
Since I'm going to say since that he's dual-natured, and this is kind of tends to be what I'd like with the idea of dual-natured people is it's not obvious they're sensing, like, because they said to my mind it's like the astral is essentially overlaid over the meat and they can kind of just they can just
it's
see
occurring
both.
simultaneously. So basically how we've been treating it with the GMs is because they don't want me rolling a million of sensing dice all the time. It's generally assumed that I've sensed something. Maybe not focused on it, but sense something and can just roll it when it would prove necessary. Oh, that guy passed by us a couple of minutes ago. Can I check what I may have seen on him?
Yeah.
For example, because
All
it
right.
just saves from dice crowding. But he's sensing all the time. If you were to sense, you would notice that he is astrally active. Although,
fortunately, Alethia
not
is
necessarily
not
that he's
quite
dual
rude.
natured.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to know that he was dual-natured. You
Under
just
the
see him
sensing
astral.
table,
Yeah.
you need 3 hits to determine that someone has a disease. You need 4 hits to determine exactly what that disease is.
And you
So
have
how we-
masking as well, so doesn't that
Yeah.
increase
Well,
the
she
hits?
wouldn't.
Also, it's perhaps obvious enough at a glance that if you scored enough perception and you have knowledge of these things, then you might. But if you've never met, say, a vampire before, it might not be something you would initially notice.
I'd say that in terms of relatable knowledge skills, magical threats at a -2 is appropriate. But anything specifically related to diseases, like infectious diseases, would have no negatives.
Yeah, for example, if you've been around vampires quite a bit, you might be able to pick up on it quite easily. But the nature of the disease in a human body is that there's telltale signs, but it's not noticeable enough that he can't necessarily masquerade in a crowd, at least to the untrained eye.
Yeah, the only thing I would give you on magical
Runners,
threats,
however, could pick up on it much easier than normal people. So I honestly leave it to your interpretation.
yeah, no, because I know you're not purposely trying to have him outed as a vampire, so I'm assuming that you're taking steps to kind of
He wears a
kind of-
disguise.
yeah.
But he's still a sketchball, so
Yeah, no, this is true. But yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, I'm assuming that in. So unless they're purposely trying to discover that you're a vampire or you make it insanely obvious, then they might just
it also becomes
that's
more
strange.
obvious the more developed the disease becomes because you start regenerating. So if you say take a bullet and there's no bullet wound, that's kind of a telltale sign. They don't bleed normally, stuff like that. So any of those circumstances, it can become immediately obvious. But at a glance, just, oh, that guy, perhaps not.
So how about the common law knowledge skill? I'm pretty sure a lot of lawyers are parasites.
No, but I like where you're going with that.
Parasite's such an ugly word. They prefer the term predator, probably.
It's more a
Both
symbiotic
acceptable.
relationship. You cull the herd and.
At any rate, sorry to
on a
snowflake
more-
it up
yeah.
again. What's up with Soul?
She's a woman. She's in her mid-20s, but she looks a lot younger than that. She's 5 feet tall. She has kind of an athletic build, more built for speed and strength, but she's also kind of hyperactive, so twitchy most times, always looking around. And yeah, that's it. Yeah.
All right then. Well, presumably we're all being at least somewhat social, are we?
I take it you are the people I was here to meet.
I do believe so. Yes.
So did we got the car? Who's got it? Who's got the van?
It's just parked outside this place. Alethia would have the details of the vehicle.
Brought the car, she says, and tosses a knot over her shoulder.
Alright, so I assume the pale guy who seems not to have eaten for the last few weeks is driving?
He's a little bit gaunt, perhaps, but doesn't look like he's starved. He's not a Nosferatu.
Nah, true enough.
But yeah, he'll
Still,
take
he
the-
looks like he could use a good meal.
Yeah, his clothing is a little bit big on him, as if it was sized for a different person.
Alright.
He looks. Perhaps he's lost some weight.
Okay.
It's all that food you've been vomiting up.
So,
Alethia was going to ride shotgun, if I'm not mistaken.
yes, I do believe so.
Alright,
Okay,
then
would
me
you
and
like
Soul
a
in the
driving
back
check,
then.
GM?
Actually,
Not at this moment. There will be a time when I will call for one. But not right now. Okay. So you guys are in the car, and
as Alethea gets inside, she locks her eyes on Knight for a moment. Gives him a brief once-over. Recently left the service, huh? She asks.
What do you mean?
Got a little bit extra to your posturing that I'm very used to seeing in those military types. Got some family with the UTC army.
Maybe. And then he'll just start driving.
Yeah, military types tend not to be the most talkative ones. The officers are sometimes, but... yeah. And Alethia recedes into her seat.
Okay, so you guys start driving. You manage to avoid the checkpoint into the building. First of all, things you'll notice about the van is that it has morphine license plates. It does have spoof chips. It also has a human-sized plus orc. You know that category of smuggling compartment.
Is the smuggling compartment accessible from the inside of the vehicle?
Yes, it is. It's under the rear seats.
Okay. So just in case of checkpoints, so Death put a sniper rifle in the smuggling compartment.
Going to
Just to-
recommend that you put all your ammo in there as well.
Yeah.
Is
Just,
the compartment gem sealed?
It's very hard for them to detect it. Former cop would know.
I'm not going to say that it's chem sealed, because I don't know, but I mean there's a lining, and you could presume that it was probably airtight.
Oh,
The
right. In that
practical
case,
mechanical
Alethia
effect
would
of
have
it
her...
is negative 10
Sorry.
to perception, and most cops don't even have that high of a number. I'm not saying Rads wouldn't, but it's a safe enough bet you can usually bet on it.
I generally use 7 for most average mooks.
So they literally, like, even searching specifically, they literally can't find anything.
Yeah, if
It
they
has
were
to be
observing in
structured.
detail, they'd throw 10 dice. So yeah, they'd still be fucked.
Alright, in that case, Alethia is stashing away her own assault rifle in a smuggling compartment as well. Or rather, the duffel bag containing it.
Yeah, I'll throw some of my illegal rounds in there, and a grenade or two.
Okay. So I'm going to say this takes up a suitable amount of space with the sniper rifle, the assault rifle, grenades and ammo. That you would be able to fit someone in there, but it would be incredibly uncomfortable.
Well then, are we ready to go?
I think we are.
It's dark. We're wearing
Very
sunglasses. Fuel tanks probably filled up, so let's hit the road.
Okay. So after about 20 minutes of driving,
Okay.
you pass from where you are into an A zone. You avoid the checkpoint by going down a few side streets. Because only the main roads are like checkpointed. So you take a few side streets, and your successful navigation earlier means you've kind of planned out, a route that is not necessarily direct, but certainly appropriate to hiding your presence. And after about 20 minutes, you pull up. Well, you drive past the outside of the McCafferty Bioresearch and Development Building.
Alright. What's it
Okay.
like?
What's
What's
it?
it like?
Yeah, it's like a it's white and glass. It's very kind of modern and sleek looking. It is a laboratory. It's very. They have a big sign outside. As you drive past, you see a few protesters hanging around outside, but it's late. Most of them have fucked off home.
Okay.
There's a few
So-
guards dealing with the protesters.
Did the document specify where our package would be?
Yeah, you do have a side entrance that is gated that you can access, and that's where you're to pick up the package from.
I assume we just drive up to the gate and
I'm gonna-
start hacking it.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up. Might be your opportunity now.
Alright,
Yeah,
first
so-
of all, I am going to Matrix Perceive to see what's going on in the Matrix.
Okay, so I'm just gonna say, like, as you pull up, um, the thing starts going. Please scan your ID against the panel. And as you Matrix Perceive, you see the combined ID slash SIN scanner there. You see various comm links about the place. Nothing major. Most of them are Renraku senseis. Oh, yeah, that's the one, isn't it? Yeah. Most of them Renraku senseis. So fairly kind of middle range, but decent comm links. There are some higher end ones about. Nothing that particularly strikes your notice.
Alright,
You see the host for the building, obviously. And that's essentially it at this point.
Alright, the gate. How many marks do I need? 2 for a simple action. To command it to open.
Yep.
Alright, I am going to Matrix Perceive to see what rating... I would have to break through the host for this, wouldn't I?
You would.
Alright, I'm gonna check what the rating of the host is then.
Okay. So do specific matrix perception on the host, and you can get 3 dice extra because this is like an observing detail type thing because you're specifically looking at the host now. Yep. Okay. So you get essentially questions that you can ask for each
Alright,
2 net hits.
rating.
5.
That means what? 10 dice pool?
10 dice pool,
Yeah.
essentially.
I always forget what info I can get from this. Anything really relevant aside from the rating that I can get at the moment?
I don't know off the top of my head. You could. I mean, there's nothing really relevant that applies. I mean, you just essentially want to know the rating because you want to know what you're going up against.
Yeah, exactly.
To hack in. So that's probably the most relevant thing.
Yeah.
In terms of looks, it looks like the host is shaped like a conical flask.
Right.
And floating inside the flask is a strand of DNA.
Alright, I think I'm just gonna go for 2 marks in one go and have my agent assist me.
Okay, so roll your agent first. And then you roll your dice. Good sir.
Hack on the fly.
Yep. Okay. So obviously that was at -4 for 2 marks.
Yep, it was.
Cool. And I'm rolling 10 dice to counter that. Okay. You totally get access to the host. Okay, so in the host there are various files, like subdirectories. One is security, one is personnel, one is research projects, one is simply marked as secure.
Alright, I'm going to ignore them for now. Well, I'll maybe check out the security one before I open the gate. Or do you want me just to go straight for the gate, guys?
Well, the gate isn't there. The gate isn't... Well, I guess you could... Yeah. Okay, from the host, yeah, because it's slaved to the host, so yes. Yeah, no, you could do that, totally.
Yeah, I'm gonna open the gate then.
Okay, so the gate opens. Thank you for scanning your ID. Access granted. And like the barrier lifts up.
I'm just gonna drive through it.
Okay, so after about 2 to 3 minutes of driving, you drive down this lane towards the appropriate loading gate. What happens is when you get there, you hear a klaxon go off, like a siren.
Oh, go figure, because we did not disable that. Herder.
There's also the chance that it's a contact on the inside of the facility, of course.
Yeah.
Yep, and like as you pull up, dead on 9 o'clock, a door bursts open. The door bursts open, and there is a man in a lab coat with a monkey in his arms, and he slams the door behind him, and you instantly recognize the sounds of bullets hitting the steel door from the other side.
Okay.
Alethia gives him a look from the inside of the car, sighs, then waves him inside. Get in, chummer.
He opens the door and simply hands the monkey to whoever is in the back seat.
Saul's going to take the monkey and doesn't know what to do with it, then just...
And he's waving you off at this point. He's waving you. He's like, go, just go, get out of here.
You going to
You're
be
not
in here, chummer?
You're not coming along for the ride?
The deal wasn't for me. It was for the monkey.
It would
Your
be
choice,
a shame
chummer.
to leave you here.
I mean, if you've got room for me,
Get in.
he will dive in the back. Literally, kind of like dive across the back seat.
Yeah, never mind.
At this point, I'm going to reverse and get out of there because gunfire.
Yeah, you just slam on that that reverse. You just slam it into reverse and just hit the accelerator. I would like you to roll me a drive test with a threshold of 2.
Oh boy, because he is okay at driving. What's his driving? He has not learned it. He really should have. Oh boy. I'm going to keep that.
If you'd like Alethia to assist you, she can do that.
He would not. Unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay, so do you want to take that?
I'm going to take that.
Okay, so like I'm going to say what's happening here is the barrier is closing just as you're reversing up to it, and okay.
So it's closing, and I'm not quite going to make it in time.
Not quite going to make it in time. You want to like, but you can totally just brute force back into it, and like.
Better idea. Can I just ball lightning the gate?
Yeah, you can. If you can ball lightning bolt it, and I will say that essentially like fries its systems. If you want to do that,
So I will make it a 4-6 just to fry this thing and get us out quickly.
How close to the gate are we?
That's a pretty nasty ball lightning.
yeah, that's 12p minus 6. Yeah, I'm going to say that even if you don't do that much damage to it, it's enough to short the electrical systems to give you enough time to reverse out.
And I soak all the drain because stupid drain.
And Alethia, meanwhile, projects in order to clean up your signature behind you.
Yeah, so
Might as well multitask.
Yeah, okay. So he's just going to take his left hand and he'll stick it out of the car and fry the gate.
Cool. Yeah.
Just while this is happening, can I grab the file marked secure?
Okay, so if you're going to do that, that file is encrypted, and I'm not going to have you roll matrix perception for it because Dagon's rule of making you roll twice for stuff is great. Yeah, it is encrypted and it is data bombed. These are two things you would know about it. The same with the security file.
Alright, so that would be one disarm check and one edit file check, if I'm not mistaken.
Disarm, crack, and then edit file.
Alright. And what was 1 or 2 files?
Secure is one file, and there is the other file, which is the security file. Which is kind of the point where that was appropriate as past.
Yeah, I suspect as much. So yeah, there's effectively no pay data in there for me to grab.
Well, there isn't a file marked pay data.
Really? How inconvenient.
No, I'm just saying there isn't one. There is one marked secure.
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna try to grab that.
Okay. So you are essentially... Okay, so first of all, roll me your disarm.
Alright, agent assist. And that's the disarm.
Okay, so you managed to disarm the data bomb. And then again, roll me your cracking.
That's the assist. And the crack.
Okay, and then your edit file. Do you only have a rating free agent?
Yes, I have a rating 3 agent.
You suck, dude. Okay, yeah, so you totally grab the file, you grab a copy of the file, and it's a listing of, it's a list of black sites across Seattle, where they do research on sapient creatures. And it's at this point that the monkey actually speaks up. Oh, what my, such fun. This is indeed a thrilling escapade. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ravindra Khan.
Slowly just like scream. I won't do it because it's so early where I am. So, what the fuck? It just talked.
Of course I just talked, dear chap.
And Alethia turns over her seat and just looks at the monkey for a moment. Well, I do believe we signed up to extract an individual, not just some random paracritter, and I do suppose our client fulfilled that promise, yes.
He kind of sort of shrugs and like, well, I mean, you should see the kind of horrid stuff they're doing to him. And at this point, I would like Callie to roll me a Matrix Perception. Because... actually, no. Yeah, roll me a Matrix Perception. Shit, I shouldn't have said that because it's totally fucked things up. And now you were going to do it anyway, so you might as well just roll it at this point. Okay. 2 successes, you are totally able to see the small cranial bomb implanted in his head, the monkey's head.
Alright, can I disarm it?
It's of the small variety. It's not enough to harm you.
No, but it is probably enough to kill the monkey.
Yeah,
So, again, can I disarm it?
you could.
How?
You essentially have to hack into the monkey's head. He has a data jack port.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, and I did not suspect to say this at any point in my life, but I am jacking into the monkey.
Okay.
Does the monkey get any say in this?
So, oh dear, that's quite invasive. I guess if you must. What are you doing, by the way? And can you stay out of my private thoughts?
I will.
Okay, so
Just a tiny little issue. Nothing to be worried about, no.
as you jack into the monkey, I'm not going to have it's a direct connect. You can totally just roll a disarm check for it. But as you jack into the monkey, you hit with some of the monkey's memories as flashbacks. It was fully awake for all of the surgeries it's had done on it, and the surgeries are numerous.
Yeah, the Japanese do have a bit of a tradition going on there.
And at this point, I guess it's appropriate for Knight to roll a sensing since he's sensing all the time.
Six. I know all the things.
Okay, so the monkey is not a technomancer. The monkey is not awakened. The monkey does, however, have a significant amount of essence loss.
Okay, how much exactly?
It's got like 3 essence. Would have started with 6. You're fully aware of that.
Yeah, it tells. I'd know the exact. Here's what I would know. I'd know its health, state of mind. I wouldn't necessarily be able to know what the implants are, but I would maybe be able to know the quality of its implants.
They're all fairly high quality implants. Like you're talking.
I would be able to know grade.
Okay, Delta Wear implants.
Okay, this is an expensive monkey. I'd also know if it had any diseases, general state of mind, awakened. You covered pretty much the rest.
Okay.
If I really focus on it, and I perhaps had some more knowledge, I could determine exactly what kind of implant it is, but that is GM interpretation.
Yeah, like I'm going to tell you the nature of it is essentially what they've done is they've taken a dumb monkey and essentially made it the most urbane, intelligent creature they possibly could.
Yeah. So he's just going to kind of look back, stare at this thing for a second, then continue driving. Perhaps looking at it a little bit longer than he should, considering he is driving. But,
yeah, he kind of.
the body drives for you. He doesn't need to necessarily worry about that.
Yeah. So the monkey picks up on this and looks at him and is like, "Sir, would you mind, eyes on the road? That would be greatly appreciated, since you are our designated driver for this evening. Also, nice handiwork back there with the whole lightning shebang. That was very quick thinking indeed."
Thank you.
So basically, Callie is hit with like flashbacks of the numerous surgeries. In fact, you're surprised that this monkey is so well adjusted, because it's had all these surgeries done, and there was no anesthetic. It was awake for the whole thing. These were horrible and traumatic procedures, and eventually the pain stopped when the monkey passed out, and they just kept going.
Sounds lovely. What type of action would it be to disarm this bomb?
Just roll me like a disarm for a data bomb.
Alright.
I mean, this is more like fluff that they would
yeah.
implant something in this guy's head like that. But yeah, you can totally disarm it. Okay, so it's rolling 6 dice against you. Because rating 3 seems appropriate. And it would have its own
Yeah, then I'm thinking
defense.
I'm gonna etch this, because I'm not going to risk his head blowing up.
Yeah, so unless you edit, his head explodes.
I thought the head explode only happens on a glitch. Well, it doesn't happen either way.
Yeah, it doesn't happen. Okay, so his head doesn't explode. It's like, wow, that's most peculiar. I feel like a light in my head has gone off. Was that your doing? And the monkey looks directly at Callie.
Yeah, I'm hot simmed, so I'm a vegetable at the moment.
Oh, that is most peculiar. He kind of reaches out like in his monkey paws and starts poking your body a bit. It appears this one has fallen asleep. How one can fall asleep at a time like this? I mean, with such excitement and danger. And at this point, the professor speaks up. Ravi, can you just... Quiet time now, Ravi. Quiet time. I have a treat for you. And he pulls out a banana from his lab coat pocket and hands it to Ravi. And Ravi just sits there quietly eating the banana for a second.
Alright, I'm going to jack out of the monkey.
You're jacking out of the monkey.
See, I would say that I've seen everything now, but alas, just yesterday, I was hired to retrieve a technomancer dog, so best not to think too much about it.
Yeah. So you are presumably driving at speed towards the docks at this point. Is that
Yeah.
what's happening? Yeah.
Yeah,
much,
he's just
and
wheeling
once-
over and he's heading
yeah.
to the docks. Are we being chased?
And once Alethia is done eyeballing the monkey, then she will return her eyes to the road and the car's immediate surroundings and check for just that.
Okay. So you aren't being chased, obviously. I would like Knight to roll me a visual perception test. Alethia, you can roll me a visual perception test, and Soul too. Callie, you can't because you were jacked in. So I'm just gonna say you weren't really paying attention because you were jacked in and doing other stuff.
All right, moment.
Okay.
There you go.
So those of you with 4 successes are over a black SUV, about 5 cars behind you. You can't say it's been following you, but you just are aware of it.
I'm just gonna keep driving then.
Yeah, it's probably it stands out because it's like a bigger vehicle, and the other vehicles between you and it are just like regular sized cars.
Is it driving aggressively, or is it just driving?
It's just driving.
Okay then. Well, I'm just gonna keep driving then and not worry about it. And after we've made it about a couple blocks from the facility, I imagine that our exit was rather dramatic. But if there is no initial police response, if our Decker cannot detect any sort of tracking devices on the car, at that point he's just going to slow down and start driving at a normal speed.
Okay.
Unless the client expressly asks that we go faster.
He's like essentially they're both leaving it up to you. If
Then
you're
he's gonna
going
blend
slower,
in because the last thing he needs is KE getting involved.
yeah. Well, that's it. Like their assumption would be that you're
switch on the license plate morphing, switch on the spoof chips, change the identifications within a couple blocks.
Yeah.
It's an unremarkable van. There's a reasonable chance that no one will detect us.
Okay. So you hear some sirens in the distance. They're nowhere near you. But you're all clever enough to assume that they are on their way to this facility.
Does the car have chameleon coating?
No, it does not.
That's unfortunate. We'll deal with it. So it is possible for us to be recognized, but we do have different IDs now.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It's more of a you can hear sirens in the distance. They're not directly after you at this point.
Yeah, he'll just keep driving.
And
Does
Alethia,
Callie
just in case-
know about the SUV?
Callie doesn't. Are you doing a matrix search on the SUV?
No, I have no reason to, but I think my next step probably would be to matrix search, see if anything was going on in the immediate vicinity.
Okay, so if that's the case, I'm going to say that that's a matrix perception roll. Is that 2 successes on that?
Yep.
Yeah, nothing particularly untoward that you can see with those successes. The doctor has a comlink that is broadcasting wirelessly. It's not making any calls or doing anything, but it's there and it's wireless. The vehicles behind you have, they're there, they're obvious. the drivers all have comlinks, except for the SUV. The SUV doesn't seem to have any. Well, it has the car, but there doesn't seem to be any comlinks in it.
Okay, then I'm going to take a better look at that, because that is extremely suspicious.
It may also be a good idea to tell the researcher to turn off his comlink.
Yes, it might be.
Yeah. So
I'm going to throw that in the DNI, since I'm a vegetable and I don't want to check out.
yeah.
Just
Okay.
tell them that his
Then
comlink
How
is
good of
turned
a
on.
comlink is it?
It's a Renraku Sensei.
Look at him. I'm gonna look at him while driving. Someone throw that out the window.
And Alethia leans back over the chair again and offers the man her outstretched palm.
Throw what out the window?
Sorry, come again?
Throw what out the window?
Your
Your comlink, Jummer.
Oh,
I need that for a moment. Sorry.
He pulls it from his pocket and places it in your hand.
Thanks. And without any further ado, Alethea does just exactly what you're thinking she's about to do.
She throws it out the window.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. So you throw it out the window, and there's a satisfying crunch as it hits the floor, and the back tires roll over it.
Yes, I do believe that should take care of that.
Okay.
We might have destroyed this poor man's research. Who cares? If he doesn't have a data chip, it's his fault.
Well, the research is essentially the monkey, so
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm gonna say though we don't want him to have that.
Yeah, no, it's probably for the best. Okay, so Callie wanted to do a more in-depth look at the car.
Yep,
Roll me a matrix perception.
it's the agent. Stop. And that's me.
Okay. 2 seconds.
You want a shot? Yes.
Just give me 2 seconds. Um, Okay, so what you spot with your dice is you do detect a cyberdeck in the car that's the black SUV. Bear in mind that this isn't anything particularly untowards. I mean, plenty of people have cyberdecks, and those of them would have comlinks slaved to that. Did I mute myself?
Oh,
No?
what's the command for a GM roll? That is /GM roll and then type.
Okay. Well, first of all, it defeats the point of me doing it now. Because I
No, it
want them
doesn't.
to not know.
I do GM rolls constantly.
Oh, no, I
And
want them
I'll
to
straight
not.
up tell you I'm doing them. You just don't get to see. Haha.
Yeah. Okay, well, I was doing it discreetly this time. But yeah, I did it somewhere else, but I will remember that. Yeah, so there is a cyber deck in the car, the black SUV, that is, it's following the flow of traffic. It's not driving aggressively. It's not, nothing is untoward about it other than the fact that there's a cyber deck running silent there.
Is that all that I can see in there?
You can see the car and the cyber deck running silent. Would you be able to see anything slaved to the cyber deck because of that?
Yes, I would see that, I believe.
Okay. You see 3 comlinks. You see a smart link attached to a bow. And obviously the car that they're in, and that's essentially it.
Alright, I am relaying this information over the DNI.
Oh, and obviously, did I mention you see their 3 comlinks? I did. Yeah, you see their 3
Yep.
comlinks. They're Transis Avalons.
Ooh, nice comlinks.
Oh my. Well, not really, but yes.
Do you inform us of this development?
Yes, I do. And I ask how you guys want me to proceed.
I can
that ca-
deal with it aggressively, or you can deal with it subtly. Your choice.
And Alethia says, why, I'll leave it in your most capable hands. And leans back, sighs an exasperated sigh, shuts her eyes, puts 2 fingers to her temple, and summons a forceful spirit of man, just in case.
Alright, so we are going to assume that they are following us.
It would be reasonable at this point.
Yep, okay. What kind of deck is it?
Okay, it's a 2 seconds. I have it here. It's the Renraku Tsusuguri.
That's a very nice deck. Would be a shame to break it.
I believe it's full hits, not just net.
Oh,
I believe it's double all hits actually that you have to resist, but I resisted them all anyways.
no. Yeah, that is the case. I'm saying you have 2 net hits in terms of services for your spirit.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, yep. So
And
yeah.
it may be worth noting that it exists solely in the astral, so only Knight would be able to see it.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I mean, I know what you do with your spirits. I've been on enough runs with you. You don't have them manifest. You just have them
Yeah.
cast on you and sustain in the astral. So that's fine.
Yeah, no, I'm just mentioning it for the benefit of the other players who haven't run with me before, I believe.
Okay. Yeah, so the car is following you. There's a decent deck involved. Things are slaved to decks.
Alright, first things first. I am going to check my deck for any marks.
There is no marks on your deck.
Alright, this is fantastic news.
Do you want
Wow.
to check the car?
Yeah, I'm gonna check the car.
There are no marks on the car.
Well, I'm thinking. Would it even be wise to actually deck them yet? Like, do we? Yeah, whatever. Yeah, start decking. Yeah, just start going at it.
How far are we from
running
the
silent
docks?
is sketchy.
You are about 15 minutes from the docks, but you are aware of one checkpoint between here and there. That is one that's kind of it's necessary. I did say that you avoided 2 checkpoints and that there was a third, and this is the third checkpoint.
Alright, I'm wondering if we should wait until after that checkpoint to start hacking
That
them.
might be a good idea.
Because if I start hacking them, they notice us and start shooting, we might get into a bit of trouble at the checkpoint.
If there's a checkpoint ahead and these guys are behind, I say we just wait. Well, aren't they going to check for the monkey? You might want to shove that monkey in the smuggling compartment right now.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So
Yes.
What we might also try to do is once we are through the checkpoint, they have to get through the checkpoint, and I might try to hack the checkpoint to flag them.
Alternatively, the issue is that if there's a checkpoint there, if these are court people, they're just going to be like, these guys stole our monkey, arrest them, and then we're in.
I love the idea of these guys stole our monkey.
So we don't know. So
Actually,
that's kind of a moment of rock in a hard place.
Yeah.
Okay.
What might be best is if you can deal with them now subtly, say just shut down their car, and then we get through the checkpoint quietly.
Here's the deal.
That's the best way to avoid both problems.
Gonna go to the lab again. Give you guys 5 minutes to discuss problems and get drinks and stuff. Because it's been like 2 hours since our last drink break. So if anyone wants to go to the loo and grab a drink, you have 5 minutes.
Okay. I'm just gonna say like at any rate, yeah, I'm gonna go grab something to eat, but I'm gonna suggest we hack the car right now, but do nothing aggressive.
Okay.
Yeah, what I could do is I could hack the car and format it.
I could also.
That way nothing really happens to it, but if we actually need to do something, I can just reboot the car and then it's bricked. So I would only need one action to actually stop them for quite a long time.
Okay, just as long as you can keep the noise under control, I will be right back.
I could also look into casting a Trid Phantasm, which may or may not be able to get them off a trail.
Yeah, it might work. But the thing about what I'm thinking with the formatting is because assuming they don't notice us, they won't know anything has happened. And the only thing I need to do is just reboot the car. And it's automatically bricked.
We can always do both too.
Yeah. But I will be right back.
Alright, I'll also be right back.
And I'm back.
Everyone back?
I'm here. I
Yeah.
don't know for the rest of people.
Yeah. I do love potatoes. And I'm going to have to make one of these shepherd pie things soon. There's a slight bit of feedback in the background. Is anyone else getting that? Almost like a slight high-pitched whine, or is that just me?
I don't hear it.
I don't hear anything.
I don't know if it's me then or something else.
Hello. Sorry I was a little longer. You said food, and I decided that was also a good idea.
Yeah, well, I had potatoes.
I have ham and mustard sandwich on multi-grain bread.
Yeah, I have a dog who my mother is a bit of a dog freak, so she is convinced that she needs to listen to her naturopathic vet, who has told us that our dog must only eat potatoes, which suits her just fine because my family is sufficiently Irish enough that that's all they eat anyway. So, funny that.
Potatoes are really versatile, though. But yeah.
They are the most versatile subsistence crop. That's one of the reasons why Ireland got so huge. I remember I had to study. I studied Ireland in around the 1800s, and what led up to the famine. And part of it was the consideration that the buttermilk and potato diet was very, very good for you compared to, say, the tea and bread diet that a lot of peasant Brits had by comparison.
Is everybody back?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm there.
Cool. Ellie, you here? That'll be a no. And Digger?
Yep, I'm here.
Cool. Okay. Just waiting on Ellie then. Yeah. I take it you have a plan-ish.
Probably just want to deck the car, right?
Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna throw my deck at the car.
Honestly, it won't be
Or you could just
that
punch
useful
it.
unless we start to shoot things.
Well, yeah, that seems like an idea. Decking the car. So
Sorry, I'm back.
maybe get on doing with that.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do
if
that.
we're-
Starting with... Yeah, I'm just gonna go for a hack on the fly and start marking the car.
Alright, and in the meantime, Alethia would like to do something as well. Namely, the next time we turn around the corner, Alethia would like to cast a Trid Phantasm to make it look like we're going in a completely different direction than the one we're actually going into.
Maybe not a good idea, simply because they aren't aware yet that we are aware.
Well, we're getting pretty close to the harbor, right?
Well, if he just decks the car, he can just disable the car, and then you don't even need to do that.
Also, just...
Yeah, but we can always do both, no? I mean, if he just disables the car,
Well,
then,
okay, so-
then it'll be
Okay.
disabled in the middle of nowhere rather than anywhere near us, no?
I mean, that's...
It's just not really needed, I guess.
I tend to, like, as the GM...
But if
tend
you want to do
agree.
it, go for it.
Yeah. Okay.
Alright, your choice.
So, let me just open up my matrix rules. Since we're actually doing proper matrixy stuff, like combat, that's a thing. Yeah, so, hope you're all enjoying yourselves. There's a talking monkey in the car. This is new.
Yeah, it's certainly different, especially the very posh accent he has.
He's a really intelligent Indian monkey.
Mm-hmm.
And I wasn't going to attempt to do an Indian accent because that's just flat racism.
I don't feel like it's racism. I feel like it is. Oh, okay, fine. Yeah, fine.
I have far too much respect for the gentlemen that run my local corner shop.
Well, there's that, and then there's all the curry stands. The delicious curry stands. Or
Okay.
call support or any number of doctors, or they're Indians and everything.
Okay. So he's throwing 12 dice to resist. That's all I was just looking at. Okay. Yep. So you get a mark on the deck.
Right, I'm going for a second one. Yeah, I get a mark on the deck and the car.
Yeah, because if you get a mark on the deck, you essentially get a mark on everything that's attached to it. Is that how it works?
No,
Because
the
everything is
way
slaved
it
to the
works
deck?
is I'm hacking the car. And because the car is slave to the deck, when I get a mark on the car, I also get a mark on the deck. But
Okay.
I don't really get a mark on everything that is commanded by the deck.
Okay, no, that's fair enough. Cool.
Alright, I'm going for a second one. That's the assist. And I keep 8.
Yep.
Right, third mark.
Okay, at least my dice are consistent.
Yep.
Yeah,
And completely average.
yeah. You get 3 marks on the car and the deck.
Okay. Now, what I am going to do is I am going to format the car.
Yep. When device is rebooted, won't start back up until software plus logic.
Yep, exactly. Alright, agent assist to start with.
It's resisted with will and firewall. Would it even be
Let's
resisted?
know.
Because you're essentially the owner as far as the car is
No,
concerned.
I am not the owner. I only have 3 marks.
Okay.
There's a big difference.
Okay, so that's the same 12 dice, although you only keep 8 of your successes. Yeah. No. Yeah. So, as Knight is looking in his side mirror, he sees the car. Because obviously, Knight is driving on the right hand side of the is seated in the right hand side of the car. It's a right hand drive
Yeah.
because it's an English car.
I'm okay with this.
Yeah. He spots the SUV essentially kind of stall in the middle of the road. And you hear some horns in the background.
Nothing happens to the car.
I thought you were formatting it.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. What format does is that once the device is rebooted, it's bricked.
Okay.
So nothing happens until it's actually rebooted.
Oh, when device is rebooted.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I thought it just rebooted it automatically. No,
Yeah,
fair enough.
No. But the idea behind this is that I can reboot it and use a single action to just brick the car when needed.
Okay.
I'm wondering if I should go for the deck as well. Yeah, might as well.
Are you going to do the deck as well?
Yep.
Okay, so you're going to format device on the deck?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. You do not do that, but because it is a draw, you do not get a mark on your deck.
Yeah, okay.
But he is aware now that this is happening.
Yep, fair enough.
So he is, I believe, like everybody should probably be rolling initiative at this point.
Okay.
Since that is no longer stealthy. What do we have here? We have Alethia, Ali.
Would you allow me to have my spirit cast improved initiative on me before the combat starts, or would you prefer to make it happen the first combat turn?
I'm not letting people retcon stuff. You've had a fair amount of time to have done that in the break and deal with it.
Yeah,
so
it's perfectly fine. I'm just making sure.
I just need to. I'll say.
Let me check what my spirit rolls real quick.
Okay, so. Coconut. Okay, so he is 10. Actually, no, because he would be. Yeah. Being hot him? No, he wasn't being hot him. So he's going to roll 10 plus 1d6 to begin with. Okay, just remember your rolls, please, and I will get round to you in a second.
Sounds good. Man, why'd you give me that picture of shepherd's pie?
Do you want shepherd's pie now?
No, I want shepherd's pie. I want shepherd's pie and like a stout, like a Guinness or something. Maybe like a better Guinness, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm gonna rub it in. My other half this evening is for us. We're having she meant to order 3 carrots.
Yeah.
Just single on their own for a meal we were having. She ordered 3 bags of carrots. So we're having potato and carrot mash on top of a shepherd's pie this evening.
That would actually sound really good. I know that whenever I have a lot of carrots, I like to just do either carrot relish or like do like a pasta sauce or something.
Oh, that's a really
Or
good
just grape.
idea. Like a carrot relish. I will suggest that to her.
Yeah, like when I lived in Panama, we would have all the time. What they actually do there is like, say you have like a hot dog. One of the condiments they do is they'll literally grate carrots on top of it.
Cool.
Yeah. It's like a relish of sorts. Just fresh carrot, just whoop, whoop, whoop on top of your sausage. It's kind of like their version of sauerkraut almost. Like it's treated the same way as sauerkraut in reference to sausages.
Cool. Let's see.
Man. Try it sometime.
Okay, so just going to go down the initiative order. Alethia, what did you roll?
Alethia rolled 14 and his Spirit of Man rolled 19.
I need to actually spare it, and I totally forgot. 19, okay. Okay, and what did Callie roll?
23.
Is that hot sim VR because you were in VR?
Yes.
I believe. Okay. Knight
29.
and Soul.
21.
Okay. Okay. So, Knight, you are going first.
I think, isn't there someone who got 33?
There is indeed, but he is holding his action till their car stops.
Fair enough.
Because he can't just get out now. Because it's moving.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, he's going to tint down the window, and how fast is their car going?
It's like you trying to blend in with the traffic, so it's going kind of the same speed as the traffic, so the same speed as you.
So like 50 kilometers, 60 kilometers. Like this is important in the stance of like what I want to do.
I would say I don't know what the equivalent is, but I would say about 30 miles an hour is generally the standard for like a built up.
I am Canadian,
outside.
so I do kilometers.
Yeah, I'm aware of that. So I would say that that's probably about.
Oh, do British do miles?
We do miles per hour.
Oh, I know miles. Yeah, 30.
Yes.
Okay, that's about.
So
70.
it's about 30. Yeah.
About 70. Yeah. Okay. I didn't know that. I thought British switched to metric too.
In
There's some
everything
things.
but traffic.
Yeah. Like for everything but that. Like we do a lot of random shit.
Yeah, I can understand that. Or we're like that. Anyway, yeah.
Can't even drive on the
I
right
think
side
I
of the road.
will. Are there any street lights or anything I can see, or like debris on the side of the road, or trash cans or anything?
There are streetlights. About one every 50 yards.
Do I see any trash cans? Any like just anything on the road itself?
There are some like typical. There's like a bus stop. There are like a few benches a bit further down. there are some trash cans you said, but they're like, you know, what you'd expect on the side of a pavement. They're like cemented in fairly heavy duty stuff.
Okay, that's not going to work then. In that case,
They're not loose, if that's what you're asking.
well, you know, the fastest way to get a car to not deal with you is to put something in front of it. If that happens to be a 2x4, so much the better. Anyway,
I mean, there are still like 5 cars between you and it.
yeah, so what I'll do is I'll look back. I'm going to put a barrier right in front of it. Because physical barrier, the spell of... So it's a force 5 barrier. I casted it at force 6, like usual. And I will soak drain.
Okay. So I'm not sure how spell defense works with this.
Well, it's simply the case of if there is a mage, they can choose to counter any spell I put up with their counter spell dice.
Okay. Because that is essentially what's going to happen.
That's a complex action, though, I think. You have to actively, like...
It's an interrupt action.
It is an interrupt.
It's an interrupt action.
It's an interrupt.
It's minus
And
5.
He uses his counterspelling dice. That's right.
And wouldn't the character have to be aware of spell being cast?
It's combat, and it's a very obvious spell at 4/6. It's literally a barrier materializing in front of them.
Yeah, and I'm going to say, although
They can see it. It's
Yeah.
like seeing a lightning bolt coming at you.
yeah. So there is one thing I am going to look at.
Alright, one question. Is the barrier horizontal or vertical?
It's 6 by 6 meters, or it's 6 meters wide and like 2 meters tall. It's tall enough that they're going to slam right into it.
Okay, so you're not going to use it to cut them.
No, I'm using it to have the car slam into it.
Okay.
So it stops. And then they have to crash and take damage and stuff. It's pretty useful.
Yep.
And also it minimizes, what would you say, civilian casualties?
Okay, so basically that reduces the force of your spell down to a force
One.
force 1 spell because he has the absorption meta magic. These
So
are
he's-
not shitty runners. They are barely out of gen, but they have some karma to their name because
so absorption. So he's using the full 12. Interesting. Okay, so yeah, that's a 1/1. That's not even going to bother them. So that's
Yep.
my turn.
but he has lost 5 initiative to do that for the
Yeah.
interrupt. So that's
And I did not declare a reckless cast, or that might have been a thing. So that's what I do. It's my turn.
yep. Yep. Sorry, dude. I feel like a dick.
No, that's dude. The only times I've ended car fights prematurely with that, they're like, "Oh, there's ninjas on motorcycles." I'm like, "Physical barrier." They all fall off the motorcycles and die. It happens a lot, actually.
When I was playing Knight or Tatsuya, and so this and I believe Alethia is actually like nearly a prime runner. So
Yes, yeah.
yeah, this encounter is designed to provide some challenge while not while still being able to allow others to keep up.
Yeah, well, at any rate, yeah, that's my turn.
Yeah. So and you know 2 mages, so obviously I'm going to bring a dude that can counter spell. Okay, so Callie, your turn.
I am going to reboot the car.
Okay.
So agent assist to start with. Oh,
Reboot device. That's resisted with will and firewall.
If he's aware, yes.
Yep.
Oh, the hiccups.
Oh, wait. Oh, so shit. Yeah, I was doing it wrong because it would have just been firewall before because he wouldn't have been aware.
Firewall and will, it would be aware regardless, because if the card stays slave to his deck, his deck defends even if he's unaware.
Okay.
So the whole time you would have been rolling that.
Okay, cool. Because otherwise,
That's how slaving works, which is
Yeah.
nice to know.
So you get 2 net hits, which I believe is enough to do it.
yep.
Okay. So this is where Cayman is going to make his move. Because that's a matrix action, so that's a complex action. So Cayman was holding his move till the car stopped. You have just stopped the car. He was waiting for his driver to do it, but you've just done it for him. So I think it's fair to say that he could probably act.
Okay.
He is going to grab his bow, get out of the car. A simple action to kind of knock an arrow to it, and a simple one to fire. And he's called shotting the wheels of the car.
Oh boy.
Okay, so I just need to. One thing I really dislike about Hero Lab versus Chummer is Chummer allows you to have multiple. Well, I need to open.
Tabs.
I
Yeah.
need to open multiple Hero Lab. Fucking
Yeah.
bollocks. And yeah, the tabs is so switching between them is good. And I hadn't had them all open yet because I was just kind of switching between them and being lazy.
Oh, you did full build NPCs. I'm impressed.
Yep, these are going to be well, assuming, but even if you do kill them, they essentially burn edge. They'll come back.
A recurring runner team.
Yeah,
I've thought about doing that, like a bunch of NPCs that like just show up randomly on missions and do not screw with them. I think Sarge had a group like that.
yeah, and
It was like a mercenary crew that was really good.
yeah, these guys aren't so good. They're I'll tell you straight up, they are 60 karma characters.
Don't tell me how good they are. Don't. I want to figure it out or
Yeah.
die or I don't know. I don't know. Just no. I'm still kind of scared that they're 60 karma.
That's way more than I have.
Yep.
It's probably more than Alethia has invested into skills that are actually useful.
Sully is a fresh gen, so she doesn't have any karma yet.
Yep. So I kind of feel like a dick, but
No.
It's
No,
cool,
good.
man.
I wanted
Good
them to be a
service.
challenge.
Yeah.
So he, yeah, this will be what he's loading for that. Okay, so cold shot to the wheel. That's going to be like -4.
Okay, go for it. My dodge chance is gonna be crap, but we'll see.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that I'm gonna have to stop the car and we're gonna have to kill these people, guys. Just a heads up.
That was an incredibly good roll, I have to say.
Okay, let's dodge. I do believe I use my base dodge, but I think with a pilot roll, what is it? It's your reaction plus your pilot, I think.
Yes.
Skill instead of your ordinary dodge.
Mhm.
So I have this many dice. He be hitting that car.
Okay. So, I'm not really sure how to do damage for
It
the
might
wheel.
actually be I roll reaction intuition, but I'm pretty sure. What it is I roll the body of the car.
Okay.
It is a GMC step van, so I will look that up quick. And
I'll
then
give you
after
the
I
stat-
roll
I'll
the
give you
body of the
stats.
car and the armor, if it does any damage, the called shot takes effect. It will probably do damage.
Trucks, step van, that's a body of 16 and armor 12.
Okay, how much damage did that hit do?
Okay, so
This is relevant.
it's 15p.
Okay, 15p. So
Is there any
that
minuses
does
to that?
exceed the armor value, so that is relevant. Any what would I say? What's
15p -6.
Okay,
And
that is
as it
pretty damn
hits
good.
the tire, it explodes into flames. He's shooting an incendiary arrow.
Okay, so let's see how I soak it. I soak 6 of that, so the car. What'll happen now is the car's handling is reduced to 1,
Okay.
which means that basically I cannot drive it anymore, and we've taken 2 full boxes, so I'm at -2 to drive. That pretty much means we're gonna have to get out and fight because I'm not a getaway driver. So
Okay. And the car will continue to take more damage for the next 3 turns.
you do roll for that to see if that happens.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
do you want to roll that right now? What would that be?
Okay, so I am looking. Wrong one.
It's a weird one, that rule.
Yeah, I just figured incendiary arrows would make most sense for stopping the car. On a successful hit, even a grazing hit, the arrow erupts into phosphorus fire with a DV of 8p, -6 AP. The white phosphorus continues to burn for 3 combat turns, causing 6p -4 of fire damage each turn, which you can resist.
Okay, so it'll just resist it. So
Yep.
that I'll keep rolling the car afterwards.
Yeah, but that's
So-
per combat turn. So
Yeah.
if we get to 4 combat turns and that ends, then I'll be surprised because no combat ever lasts that long.
Oh, I've had 2. That's about it. And I've almost nearly killed runners for each of them.
Yeah, thank you for that. Pretty sure I was one of them.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay. So Soul. Soul.
She's going. I'm going to open the smuggling compartment and take my gun out.
Okay, so I will say that as a simple action to essentially ready your weapon.
Okay. Does the archer came in as any what armor? What kind of armor?
Okay,
does he have?
he's wearing traditional Japanese samurai armor. You would recognize it as essentially a fluffed up sleeping tiger.
Okay, so he has armor in his head. So.
Yeah, he has armor. It's like the equivalent of like a sleeping tiger.
Okay. I'll call a shot. I'll do a call shot to his head. So it's a vital shot, so it's plus 2 DV.
Okay.
I've got the strive for perfection, which is I got off. I halved the negative modifier for the call shot, so it's 2. I got sharpshooter, which is reduced by 1, so my call shot is at -1. So, and I've got.
If you name these guys after Power Rangers, I'm gonna so kill them.
No, this dude is called Cayman, which is what you could probably tell about him is he's wearing a face mask of an Oni. His samurai armor has like an Oni face mask. And Cayman is the Japanese word for the mask.
Well, I do speak Japanese on this character, but I wouldn't know his name.
And I can keep
one
all
thing to
set.
keep in mind is you'd be at -2 shooting out of a car.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I'll reroll.
No, you got
Truncate
5.
the last
Got
2 and drop to 5.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
still pretty
5,
good.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so he is going to attempt to dodge. As is, normal. Which is... Okay. Apparently I roll really well. I do apologise. Defender wins.
You are so polite. You're trying to kill us.
I feel really bad because...
It's not a tie. It's I got 5 successes because we.
oh, yeah. Because you dropped one.
Completely dodge.
Unless you wish to edge. That is the other option you have. You would be rolling 12 dice, and you'd only need you'd essentially need 2 hits to beat him. So it's up to you.
Oh, I'll edge.
Well, he has edge too, so
He does have edge, but I probably won't be using it. But yeah. Okay. Kind of regret saying that I won't be using it. But I did say that, so I'll stick to it.
Even if you did that, she probably wouldn't dodge.
Yeah, well, I'd be reducing the net successes.
True enough.
But yeah, okay. So
it's 17p AP -3.
17p AP -3.
Yeah.
Okay.
And plus 2p, so 19p because I'm shooting him anti-head. So 19.
Because you're shooting me.
this is why you roll edge.
Yeah. But I'm saving edge for the soak roll.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I'm rolling 25. -3, 22.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure the poor guy's dead.
10. He takes full 10p.
Okay. I am going to reroll failures.
Okay.
Which gives me 13 dice, I believe, if I'm mathing correctly.
Yeah, that should be correct.
Okay. So he gets a total of 16, so he takes 3p.
Yeah.
Blam. You both hit hard.
Yeah. Actually, no, it's stun.
Because it's
it's
under
Yep.
it's armor. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's my turn.
Okay. Next on the list is your Spirit of Man, Alethia.
Alright, if you're allowing him to act already, then I would be telling it to cast Improve Reflexes on Alethea.
Okay, yep, that's the thing.
Let's see how he does. Alright. That's some extra on my initiative.
So that's an extra 1 dice and an extra 2 initiative.
Yep.
So roll me your 1 dice.
Don't I have to wait till the next turn?
Nope, it happens
Nope,
immediately.
it happens immediately.
Do we have a board up?
As in a map?
Yeah.
No, but I should.
Okay. Might be good to draw one because this is going to probably...
You are totally right. So give me a second. I do apologise. I should have done
No
this.
issues.
I was actually like right up until the last minute uploading all the maps from that you posted up to my Roll20. So
Well, you got more next time. So
yeah, I just would have prepared this last night. Okay, so essentially, I am just going to draw lines because you are on a road, and that makes sense. And I should probably move you to the appropriate page. Except I didn't want to do that. Really hate how it does that. It doesn't just know that I want to start a new line because it's not psychic. Okay. Essentially, you get the idea. Oh, go back to the blue. I don't want, and I want white. Yeah, so you get which way that traffic's flowing, so I don't need to tell you which way the other traffic is flowing. It's the opposite direction, because that's how roads work, people. What colour would you like for your car?
Red. And you know why.
Does red cars go faster?
Yeah.
Also, I'm pretty sure that's red, but I'm also colourblind. So this could be an issue.
are you red-green colorblind?
I am indeed.
I am red-green color deficient. Not blind though.
Well, I would. The term was colourblind, but I can see red and green. It's just I get really confused about certain shades. And
Oh right, like you can't see maroon.
yeah, like maroon looks brown to me.
I cannot
Like
see maroon
it
either.
doesn't kind of.
It's just a dark brown color. It looks ugly. But everybody insists it matches my pants.
and pinks and stuff as well really throw me.
Yeah. When I was a kid, my mom used to dress me for shit, and originally you would think it was because I was not stylish, but it was really whenever I wore orange, red, or brown, or green, it was required that someone else dressed me. I avoid those shades now.
Okay.
Look good to me.
Yeah.
At any rate,
The little green dude is Cayman.
okay,
This is how I'll be drawing people when they become relevant on the map.
sounds good.
they'll be in green. You can pick your own colours and add yourself and move yourself around that way.
Okay.
Yeah. So there we are. And did you roll? What did you roll for 11?
Alethia has an initiative of 21 now.
Okay, so you just roll 1d6. You don't re-roll your initiative. You just roll 1 dice, and I'll keep your 6, and then you add 2. So you actually only add 8 to your initiative. So adding 8 would get you an initiative of 22, so it's actually better for you.
I shall not complain.
Okay, and so you go next.
Alright then. Let's see. Yeah, I think I think Alethia will simply grab her assault rifle from the compartment.
Okay, and again, I will say that you were in the front and the compartment was under the back seat.
Yeah. So
I made it a simple action to reach in there and grab it for Sol, and Sol was on the back seat. I think it would be fair to say that reaching all over those people, can bear in mind you have a monkey, a doctor that wasn't supposed to be there, Callie as Sol in the back. I am going to say that's also a simple action, but you'll be at -2 on any test because of... I don't want to make it a complex action and make it so you can't do anything, but at the same token, it's going to impose some kind of difficulty.
Yeah, that's perfectly reasonable. And I'm gonna shoot. Just let me figure out recall real quick. Yeah, that'll be that'll be a single shot actually due to the -2 penalty.
You're on a complex. All you can do is pick up your rifle.
I said that it was a simple action to do that, but he'd be at a -2 dice penalty.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Because, I didn't want to say he couldn't do anything because that feels a bit dickhead.
Oh, right. Fair enough. I'm zoning out a little bit.
But yeah, he can't do any complex bursts or anything. So that's the downside.
Sounds good.
Who are you shooting at? Cayman?
Yep.
Okay. He is -1 to dodge, -2 to dodge, 11d6. He dodges. Unless you wish to add to that.
Nope, I don't.
Okay. And then it's Kotodama's turn.
If you name them, they're just more likely to get killed.
That's true. Who did the little? Who did the little purple circle? The beige one.
We might be able to make a deal. We can just be like, hey, yeah, you can have the monkey. Just pay us. We'll see.
Yeah, who did that one? Oh. There was that might have been me being stupid actually.
Yep, it was your color, so...
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, he gets out and moves to the back of the car and takes cover behind the car. And he actually starts casting. Let's see, what spell is he going to use? What would be appropriate here? Okay. He is going to fire a stun bolt towards to Sol.
Okay. Roll me the dice. Or actually, wait, I'm going to declare something. I will declare counterspelling on him, on Sol, for -5.
Okay, I will take that into account. He's casting at 4/6, by the way. That's a thing.
What's he casting?
Stun bolt
At
at Soul.
Oh, okay.
But it's okay because Dagon's attempting to counterspell for you. Because Mage
So
Tools.
you will get 8 additional dice to defend against that,
So I roll my willpower
plus 8 dice.
to set dice.
No, it's a direct spell.
Yeah,
So it's an indirect spell.
Yeah.
Sorry, because it's stun bolt. So it's it's a regular dodge ball.
He dodges indirect. If it's stun bolt, he just dodges with will. That's all he gets. And I add counterspelling dice if I wish.
It's stun bolt, not mana bolt. The two are different.
They're
Stun
both
bolt
indirect, I think.
They're both direct. Mana bolt is physical damage. Stun bolt is stun damage.
Yeah, the difference is the stun bolt is less lethal, but it's the same style of spell.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Shit. Okay.
So that's going to
willpower
do
plus-
2 damage, for example.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
I actually overcasted on how much dice I gave him, but I already said it, and I didn't declare how many. So have your 8
So
dice.
you give 8 dice. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Mage duels are cool.
Okay. And he soaks all the drain from that, but it has no effect on Soul. You managed to resist.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Mainframe is staying in the car.
I wonder what he does.
What with a name like that? Totally isn't the Decker.
So there's 3 of them.
Yep.
Oh, we should be fine.
You had that information before though, because you knew there was 3. Okay, so in terms of matrix actions, what's he going to? It's a simple action to essentially go hot sim, isn't it?
It's complex.
Oh yeah, he's going to go hot sim.
Like that's his term. Jacking in would be his turn.
Yeah, no, that's cool. That's what he's going to do. So he instantly rolls 3 more dice.
It's actually a simple action to switch interface.
Oh, it is. Huh. I wouldn't know. Sorry. I thought it was a complex. All the decking stuff is usually complex. It's how they try to balance it.
Yeah, most of it is, but there are a few actions that are simple.
Yeah. So that's a simple.
Okay, so I'm essentially going to knock 10 off of everybody's initiative for the end of the pass.
Yeah. Knock off 15 for me.
I already did yours when I've been doing interrupt actions as they happen. And then I
Okay, sounds
knock
good.
off. And 14. Okay, and we'll do the whole descending order. Okay. Cayman's going to draw and knock another arrow and fire. Who's he aiming at? Who's he aiming at? Soul is probably the person he's aiming at because Soul shot at him. And yeah, okay. Would it make sense to say that Kotodama would have realized that he was being counterspelled? I mean, as like a shielding mage, he would be able to recognize that was what's happening. I'm just thinking, would he have used his free action to DNI and say that they've got a mage there? Essentially.
Probably. I would think if he is specialist in, well, especially if he is specialist in counterspelling, he would recognize it.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think. Would they know that Knight was the mage? No, because he didn't sense, so he hasn't got a clue who the mage is. So he's Cayman's still going to target Soul because Soul shot at him with a sniper rifle and it fucking hurt. Sorry, dude. I feel a bit dickish for targeting you.
That's okay. Is our vehicle still moving or not?
It's stopped, I believe. Is essentially what we were saying.
Yeah, but because there's a bonus on defense for if you're inside a moving vehicle.
I'm going to say that because of the how big the vehicle is, you could totally take like the cover dice they're 4 dice for being in cover.
The cover.
Just without it being a separate action, because
Good cover. Okay, yeah.
okay. He's not doing a cold shot. He's just firing at you.
Okay.
And he's at -1. Unless I can't remember. This is not telling me he's at 1 less dice, so I can't remember what it gave him that maybe would give him extra resistance to that. He has nothing, so I don't know why that's not showing up. Okay. Okay. So I'm actually going to use a point of GM edge to reroll that. These guys have like 2 edge each, by the way. He's already used 1. And this is his second one. That was clearly wrong. 1, 2, 3, 4. So he's got 8 net hits total.
Okay, I'll roll my dodge. With the bonus dice for the cover.
Yep. So
just 4.
Okay, so he's got 4 net hits. Okay, so I will tell you what happens. This arrow was an injection arrow.
Okay.
Because he has loads of cool arrows. Why else make an archer? It's loaded with gamma scopolamine.
That sounds potentially unhealthy.
It paralyzes you. So you're going to have to make an injection bolt causes the same damage as a regular arrow. So you're going to have to resist 12p.
Okay, with my armor.
Yep.
Took 9. I take 9p. Ouch. I'll edge that to reroll the
Failures.
Yeah.
So you're rerolling 17 dice.
Yeah, that's
Okay, so you take no damage. You take 3 damage. Sorry.
3 damage. Yeah.
Okay.
It's better than the 9.
Yeah. Okay. So here's the deal. An injection bolt causes if the attack must deal 1 bolt of damage after damage resistance test, which was that. This is an injection vector toxin attack. You have to. It takes place immediately, and you have to resist a toxin with a power of 12 and 0 penetration.
With body plus willpower.
Body plus willpower plus any chem protection you have.
Yeah, I don't have chem protection, so body plus willpower.
You have to resist 12.
Yeah. I'll 3. So.
No, you are paralyzed.
Okay.
Sir, for an hour.
For an hour. Oh.
Yep. That's Cayman's turn. Knight, you go next, because players always act before NPCs.
Okay. So I have to stop the car, correct?
I believe you were saying that you pretty much stopped the car because you were unable to drive it.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw where I stop it. I'm going to stop it essentially in the middle of the road. If you want to redraw the box, just around here.
Okay, so you are essentially kind of...
Yeah, I'm just kind of pulling over in the middle of the road because there's cars behind me. They might slam into our car. So he's just going to kind of pull it sideways and stop right there.
Like that? Is that appropriate?
Enough that the other cars hopefully don't hit him. That's a concern we have to deal with. And at this point, he is going to...
That's enough so that cars can get by on either side, because they're going to want to vacate.
Yeah, he's going to do the following things, and don't hate me for this.
I don't hate you.
I am going to... see Cayman?
Yep.
So the first thing I'm going to do, because I'm so excited I finally get to try to do this, I finally have him good enough. He's going to fling a grenade at Cayman, a high explosive grenade.
Okay.
Okay, so... actually, I can't. I'd have to collect the grenade. So his first action will be to collect the grenade from the smuggling compartment.
Yeah, that was a thing. I will say that's a simple action.
Yeah, and his other simple action is going to be to recklessly cast
Fling.
on Cayman.
Oh, okay.
Recklessly cast a mana bolt.
Okay.
So I will cast that at a force 6. The drain is going to be 5 because of that, and I do have weight. Oh shit, that actually could be painful. I will cast it at a force 4. Actually, should I even do that? Because I'm thinking about it now. Witness My Hate in some ways is awesome. No, you know, I'll just do the classic reagents. I will cast it with 4 reagents at force 2.
To up limit.
Yes, to
2,
up limit.
4, and you're still doing plus 2 DV because Witness My Hate. So,
Yes.
yep, that's
I will
totally
probably
the way
take
to do it.
Let's do it. Okay, so I do get that's 6 damage, and now I will check stun. Oh, soak it all. Thank
Cool.
God, good roll. So yeah, that is 6 direct damage going at Cayman.
Okay, which he's resisting with just his willpower of 3.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he takes 4 physical. Yeah. So let's go in play. And that's a thing. Okay, to sustain.
Mana bolt's so good.
Okay. I see what I was doing wrong earlier. Why it wasn't tracking the damage. You actually have to click the little skull on Hero Lab for it to
I
sustain
see.
the damage. I thought you just put it in the track, but you actually have to click sustain damage.
Regions are so good. They're like magical ammo.
They really are. Yeah. Okay. These are 2-track guys.
So he's still in the car, but essentially he went back, he grabbed the grenade, and he flinged the mana bolt at the same time.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. To which Mainframe's gonna react. He's in hot sim now. He's gonna do a matrix perception because this is sexy matrix stuff. Ooh, sexy matrix. Tuition of 5 and a computer of 6. So it's 11 dice plus 2 for matrix perception plus 2 for hot sim. So it's 4, 10. So it's 15 dice. And you will assist with willpower plus sleaze, I think. No, willpower plus firewall.
What's he doing?
Or is it sleaze? He's matrix perceiving.
So basically I'm hiding, is what you're saying.
Yeah, essentially.
Yeah, that would be logic and sleaze.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so he sees all of the things in the Matrix. And essentially, since that's a complex action, that's the end of his turn. But he sees your deck now.
Yeah, that's fine by me.
Yeah. But it's your turn, Callie.
Alright.
And you already have marks on his deck.
Yes, I have 3 marks in fact. I am going to swap my sleaze and attack, and I am going to data bomb him.
Okay. So you what are you doing? You setting a data bomb on
No, I'm data spiking him, sorry.
data spiking him. Okay, because that's a different action, but yeah.
Yeah.
So roll me your cyber combat plus logic.
Alright, first the assist. I keep 7. No, actually just 6.
Okay, so are you attacking his persona or his deck?
His deck. Well, it would be the same thing in this case, since
Okay.
he is jacked into the deck, I assume.
Yeah. So that's resist with
Intuition plus firewall.
yes, that's 11 dice. Is it 7? No, that's 12 dice. That was 1 short. Okay. I take it bonuses for being in hot sim don't apply to defense tests?
I don't think they do, no. But
No,
I'm
I
honestly
don't know.
not sure.
I'm this is the first time I've done Matrix combat like this, so I'm unaware. Yeah, so you get 4 net hits. So you get
3,
like your
actually.
3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So he is resisting 15 matrix damage.
15 matrix damage. Okay, so
Firewall plus willpower.
Firewall plus willpower. So it's the same
Yes.
12 dice. Let's just check because I think other stuff plays into this. Does biofeedback filter play into it?
No.
No,
This
he's
is
breaking
this
the
is just the
deck, not
damage to
attacking him.
the deck. If
Oh,
He's
okay.
breaking his computer, not breaking him.
Okay, so the deck takes 10 damage.
Yep, that means
What
it's
is the
break.
device rating of the deck?
3.
That means it has
8 damage strike of 10.
10 boxes.
So you brick his deck then,
Yep.
I'm taking.
Unless he edges.
I might edge just to have you not brick his deck. He does
Yeah.
have 2 edge, so he has 7 dice. As I said, they both do all
Like
have 2
treat-
edge.
You treat device rating like body in terms of
Yeah,
calculating boxes, and you start at 8.
Okay, so he takes 6. His deck takes 6 damage. That's a thing.
Though I'm sorry, I can't help but feel that I'm advocating for you to kill me. I don't know why I'm doing that.
I'm not trying to kill anybody. Actually, I'm just
Ignore
trying to.
me. Ignore me.
Okay. So it's Callie's turn. Alethia.
All right. Can I get a look at Kotodama from my current position, or is it blocked by the car?
Before you saw him before Knight made that move where he pulled into the middle of the road. So you would have seen him get out and go to the back of his car, but he's now not necessarily in your direct view, but you know where he is. I think that's fair.
All right. Yeah, well, that doesn't really help me shoot him, so I shall. Alethia will take aim and shoot. Take another shot at Carmen, actually.
Okay.
And this time it's gonna be. Let's see. Long burst.
I feel really bad because Soul's out of the combat. Ugh. Okay. Boheme, do you remember how many hits you got?
3.
3. Okay. That's cool. I have an idea for how to get you back in.
Okay.
Don't worry, I will not just leave you out in the cold.
Oh, that's okay.
Okay, yeah, so you're going to take a long burst. So how many dice is that minus?
5, I think. Oh, 4. 4? Let me check real quick.
It's 5.
5,
One burst
yeah.
is 6 shots.
Okay. This is the first time he's having to resist a physical attack. So it's that one. 11 dice minus 5, so he's rolling 6. Helps if I actually put the thinking properly and don't hit the question mark, which is conveniently next to the greater than key. Okay, so you get 2 net hits.
So that's 13 physical damage with an AP of minus 5, I think, because Chama doesn't display APDS stuff correctly, I think.
It's, yeah.
APS is minus 4 extra.
Yeah, but he's using Ares Alpha, so it's minus 1 anyway. So I get where he's come from. So 13p minus 5. Okay, so let's just... Okay, so he's rolling 20 dice. So he's taking 7 stun, because it's less than his armor. Okay,
That's the end of Alethia's turn.
Okay, and he falls unconscious.
Sweet.
at that. If you can roll me your body plus willpower plus chem protection again. This isn't how it actually works, but I'm just giving you a chance to get back into the fight.
Just one.
Okay, so 4. Okay, so you're up to 4. When you can beat the 12, you can get back in.
Yeah.
But up until then, you're unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
Or unless someone does like any kind of first aid or medic-y stuff to you.
That's good.
Yeah, I can start doing that as soon as I've taken care of the other hacker.
Yeah. Other than that, sorry, dude.
No, it's not a problem. That's a game, honestly.
So, Alethia, your spirit of man.
I don't believe that I'd be getting any bonus dice for trying to possess an unconscious individual.
No, you wouldn't.
Alright, so the spirit of man is just going to float over to the guy behind the car, or at least float in a way that gives him line of sight and cast accident, if that's possible. That is, of course.
Yeah.
Alright then, accident, that would be an opposed test between magic plus willpower. Versus reaction and intuition.
Okay. I thought it was reaction and edge.
Nope, it's reaction plus intuition.
Okay. Okay, so he has 8 dice. That's pretty good. You get 1 that hit.
Alright, so the target suffers a glitch.
On the next action.
That's not really specified, but that's a perfectly plausible way of interpreting.
That's how it's been ruled before. That's Benny uses this all the time. That's how Benny's ruled it, so that's how I'm going to use it.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's cool.
They'll get a glitch on the next action. Unless... no, he wouldn't really be aware this is happening, so yeah, he's not going to do anything. Okay. Kotodama is going to... has seen Cayman go down, and Cayman's their muscle. So he's actually going to move from that side of the car. Come on, I just want to grab him. Come on, fat little fucking cursor. I can't move it now because it's gay. But there we go. There I can get it. He's essentially going to go this side of the car. Look at Cayman on the ground. But he's also going to use a simple action to go to jump into the astral and ascent.
Alright, Alethia is masking.
Well, it doesn't matter because I'm not really sure what a glitch is, but I'm essentially going to say he sees nothing. So I'm not even going to bother rolling for it. So he doesn't see anything in the astral. There's some kind of astral haze going on, and he just doesn't see you guys. He doesn't see that any of you are awakened, but he knows there are mages there. He just can't tell who's who. And that being said, he's then going to attempt to run and grab Cayman and pull him behind the car with his other action. So that is going to be, I believe, some kind of lift and carry test.
Yeah, so Cayman's knocked out?
Yep.
Yeah, that would be a lift carry.
So let's just open up Cayman a second, because he, I believe, does have a drag handle equipped somewhere. Because I think this is the most important piece of gear to have on your armor.
Drag handle.
It's really important.
I do not have one of those, actually. I do have a Panader and an auto injector, though. That's pretty nice to have.
So how does this do? The drag handle gives him +2 dice on a lift and carry to... Okay, that's fine, to help drag him away. Now, where is lift and carry in here? Astral abilities. Is it here? Is it here? It's here. Great. Just want basic dice. Give me the basic dice. Stupid brain. Lift and carry, 5 dice, 7 dice. I'm probably going to say that's enough to drag the drag him out of the way. So they're now both cowering behind the car. So yeah, let's look at the turn order then. So Cayman at this point is on 0 because he's unconscious. Knight's on 4. Mainframe's on 4. Callie's on 3. Alethia's on 2. Soul's on 1. Spirit Man is on 0. And Kotodama is also on 0. Okay, so Knight.
Okay, what's up?
It's
Have to
your
do things, right?
You can do things.
Okay.
The two of them are cowering behind the car, and because you're roll me an sensing, because you probably totally see that when Kotodama pulled out to get the dude, you probably
Here's 2, 8 and 5.
Yeah, you totally get all the things about Kotodama and Cayman. Essentially, Cayman's an adept, Kotodama's a mage. Cayman is magic 8, and Kotodama is magic 7.
So these are actually tough guys. There just aren't many of them.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I'd much rather not geek a runner than if possible, but at the same time, I am going to need to disable their vehicle.
Well, it's already kind of disabled at the moment because of the reboot device, so that'll delay them.
I'm trying to think of what I do because the one guy's down, but he's not out. He's just stunned out, so there's a chance they could come after us. I don't know if I want to blow up the car because they're going to get my signature, but let's think first. I know what I'll do.
Their car is stopped for at least half an hour, I would assume. Because they need to fix it since it's bricked, and that is a software plus logic extended test with a 1 hour interval.
Yeah, see,
and a threshold of 12.
I'm not too keen on harming runners if I don't have to.
I'm just saying you don't have to worry about the car. It's not.
But I'm trying to think, what would Knight do? Because Knight's never been in a position where he hasn't had to spare someone. So he would be pretty ruthless, I imagine. So what he's going to do is he's going to fling a high explosive grenade towards the vehicle.
Okay.
It has an object resist rating of 12. I'm going to cast at force 6. So don't roll good, bro. And I am going to recklessly cast this. So
okay. I love that you do this shit.
Yeah. So roll 12 against me. Okay, I'm edging that because that's bullshit. This is such bullshit. I need power foci.
Sorry, dude.
So I fling my grenade down here. And the second cast is going to be a physical barrier. And it's going to materialize. The grenade I'm aiming right here. And it got enough hits to hit it. So the grenade's going right here.
Yep.
The next cast is going to be a physical barrier surrounding those people.
Actually surrounding them?
Uh-huh. Where the grenade is.
Okay.
And it's a force 6. And now I must soak. So it's a 6/6. And now I must soak. What is it? Drain. So for the fling, I have to soak
4.
Yep.
For the barrier, I have to soak 5. So, in order. 3 stun. And 1 stun.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go with that. So he's at 4 stun now.
Okay. Yeah. So, your barrier is only at 6 hits then.
So it's a 4/6 barrier. What that means 6 body, 6 armor. That's enough so that I spaced it out exactly 6 meters around them. That when the grenade hits it, it will reverberate.
Yeah.
So instead of doing 16 -4, it's going to do probably 24 at -6 or something.
Okay.
It wouldn't do the full double, but it would do more. So that's a 24. Yeah, that's a 24p -6 hit.
Yeah.
If you want, I will roll the barrier to see if it survives, and then we can determine from there. Let's do that.
Well, does it not happen at the end of turn? End of the combat round? The barrier. The grenade
actually,
explodes.
because I did not switch the grenade on wireless. But I could as a free action, so I will take my free to switch it on as wireless.
Okay, that's fair
So
enough.
it's going off this turn.
So it's going off now?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
going off right now, and I will roll the barrier right now. At -4. It does break through the barrier. So the barrier would be in effect essentially for preventing them from running out, but it's not going to chunky them too hard. It's only going to reverberate for half, I believe, if I'm consulting the rules.
Yeah, I'd say half is fair.
Yeah.
And there's no need to consult the rules because, just let's win
So,
it at this point.
24p at -4.
Okay. So first one is 21d6. Okay, 7 on Cayman. So that means he takes way too much damage. 17p. Shit. Okay. So essentially, what's happening here is he's burning edge.
Yeah.
He's out of the instance, but next time you might encounter him, he's going to have significantly less edge.
Or some gnarly scars.
Or gnarly skulls. Yeah. Like I don't know. He will change.
It's surrounding the mage too.
Yeah. I'll get to that. Yeah. So what will happen is Cayman will be significantly different next time he appears. And the mage is it also surrounding the car? Because the car is also probably going to get hit.
How wide is the car?
It's an SUV. It's pretty big.
It's a 6-meter radius, is what you have to consider.
Yeah, and you've pretty much dropped it. They're right behind it, and you've pretty much dropped it right behind the car.
Right around them, behind the car, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going to say the car is totally going to get hit. Yeah. With the decker inside as well. You're a dick. You're really, really cruel to these people.
He is a former cop, half-crazed vampire. I had to think about it. I'm like, Hammerhead wouldn't kill these guys. Knight probably would.
Yep. Okay. So this is what the mage is rolling to resist. He's gonna re-roll that. Re-roll failures.
Okay.
Because he ain't doing anything else at this point.
Poor mage. Can't
yeah.
live for your life.
Nope. He has no edge. No initiative left to do that anyway. So yeah, he is essentially taking.
I need centering as my next meta magic so I can actually soak all of this.
Okay, so he's taking 18p.
Yep.
Again, he'll be burning edge. Okay, and so the car.
I warn you, I will use this combo on players.
Yeah, no.
Apply for one of my difficult runs, please.
Because, well, no, that's fine. Because if he still had edge left, I'd have totally. If he still had initiative left, I'd have totally dropped 5 to counterspell it.
Only once per turn.
With the shielding meta magic with the absorption, I don't believe that's once per turn.
Oh, yeah, I don't think it is either. Yeah, unfortunate for him, really.
Yeah. So what am I rolling for the body of 10? Body plus armor, isn't it? So what armor does it have, if any? Come on, brain.
What kind of car is it?
It's a GMC Sidewinder.
Oh, well, I have that page open. I'll show you it.
It's got 6, so it's rolling 16. Minus 4, so it's rolling 12. Okay. Yep, so essentially what happens here is car explodes. And the decker in it is kind of essentially burning edge. You've dealt with them. Let's just put it this way: that was really cruel and awful. They are all like having to burn edge to survive.
Yep.
Which just means that they have to be tougher for next time, which is fine.
They can gain more karma. I personally have my primers gain karma as my enemies do.
Yeah, I'm gonna have them gain as well. Like, I mean,
or they can hire a 4th member. Freaking morons.
That's next. Honestly, I was so busy. I was going to do that this morning, but I ended up getting distracted with uploading your the maps and stuff to Roll20.
Yeah,
but
sorry.
I didn't do that. That's cool because I got up an hour later than I intended anyway. It was my own fault really. So like all I had was this, and I thought, oh no, that's good enough. I'll go with this. It's still, otherwise they'd have had a street salmon there as well.
Yeah.
Ah, shit!
My headphones!
Yeah, so that's my other half home. I'll be right back.
Yeah, I may have thought way too much about this character at one point.
I definitely like the trick though, and
I
I may or
could-
may not wind up stealing it at some point.
Yeah,
He is a telekinetic mage. He has blast spells, but he's mainly a manipulation mage. He has like 6 manipulation spells.
It's really cheesy, and I love it because it's an awesome way of doing cruel things with magic that isn't straight up. I'm gonna kill you.
He's picking up mob mind soon too.
Okay, so just to put it in perspective, yeah, the runners you were going up against had 60 karma, and they mage decker and a adept. The adept was an oni, and the decker was a Kobokuro. So they're actually all Japanese. Yeah, and yeah,
And now they're all slag, at least for the moment.
yeah. So yeah, okay. So you guys, your car's still pretty much toast at this point, though.
Yeah. Well, we lost.
We can still
we lost
move
the
it.
tire, right?
We can still move it. It just goes slow.
That's true.
Yeah,
You can still move it.
And there's a
also-
checkpoint, and we have a blown-off wheel. This is not good.
That's at least since combat has just ended for at least the next 12 seconds, is still on fire.
Can I?
Well,
Do I have water? Do we have water anywhere? This is
yes,
awkward.
that's a very good question.
It's about this point that Soul can totally just wake back up. Like you guys can like medicine him. I'm not because none of you are gonna have the
Soul knocked out, or
Soul got
I
knocked
was
out
paralyzed by the
by the arrow,
drug.
the injection arrow,
Yeah.
which is why that's awesome because it's just like an instant 1 hour paralysis.
was it
It's like,
the
yeah, that's-
narcojet?
No,
No.
it's galoscopamine.
We can't wake him up from that. I don't have medicine if someone else does. but
Okay,
I don't have an
except
antidote to that.
So if you really need it done now, then I could summon a task spirit to give
hang
you
on,
medicine.
hang on. Except GM hand wave him because I don't want Soul to essentially be out of the rest of the game. So he can totally wake back up. This is an exception, however.
I didn't know they knocked out Soul. Now I'm very glad I blew them up.
Yeah, I basically had in terms of stuff, he has like loads of cool arrows because why would you not do that?
And actually, that water bit I should be able to provide, since fortunately enough, Alethia can summon spirits of water.
Yeah, so summon the spirit of water
That's probably a thing to do.
to put the car out. Again, sorry, Soul, but you're totally
Oh.
awake and back with the group now.
Yeah, it's okay.
I really wanted to fire at night because I wanted to see how that would work, but he had no reason to fire at night. So he had to fire. What's the hell's? Oh, that's your bath bomb. Okay.
Oh, well, see, that's the thing. I don't have it yet, but Knight can eventually pick up immunity, poisons, toxins.
Yeah.
Good
I-
luck
I-
after that.
Kind of figured you would have something like that, or like be able to get something like that. Okay. So roll me
Alright,
your
so,
dice to summon your water spirit.
Alethia gets out of the car, pulls her rifle sling over her head, and slowly walks over to the burning tire while summoning the spirit in question.
While Alethia is
You rolled that incorrectly.
Sol will just
Oh, yeah,
scream
sorry.
insult at Adept, even if he's dead. She'll scream insult at his corpse.
There we go. That's a proper roll.
Yeah, you totally get it, but you still have to resist minimum of 2 drain as per.
Yeah. And I'm fine.
Yep, that's fine.
Alright, so first of all, I'd like that tire to have those pesky flames removed from it.
Okay. Yep. So
Once that's done, I'd like to inquire as to whether the spirit could pretend to be a wheel for a little while.
No.
Oh.
Don't think it can pretend to be a wheel.
Does anyone have mechanical skill?
Not me.
Okay.
Well, I suppose worst scenario, I should be able to help out, but it might take a couple of minutes. Well, a minute.
We don't have a couple minutes.
I'll make it quick then. And Alethia dismisses her spirit of water unless someone wants it to do something that I haven't thought of. Does anyone?
No, because we don't have a couple minutes. We have
then
8 minutes at most before the police are here.
All right, then I'll make it very.
And the car can drive off, but it's pretty banged up. It's pretty obvious.
All right, I'm gonna summon a force. Fuck it, let's make it a force. Force 4 task spirit.
Okay. There is the obvious suggestion of you could have just, left the car and walked.
Yeah, but then we'd have to pay for it probably.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a 35 grand million vehicle.
We wouldn't even get paid for our job.
Yep. Okay, so you got 1 success. So you have to take 2 drain, and you
I'm
get
fine.
2 net services.
And 1 net service I'm gonna spend on making the spirit provide me with the necessary knowledge to patch up that car, which is 4 ranks in mechanic automotive, I believe.
Okay, so roll me that skill.
Can you
And
get the spirit to give me those knowledge
There's
skills?
probably a spare wheel or something in the back,
Okay,
like
so-
there's in most cars.
So just to a point here, Callie is right. You're probably better off giving her it because
9 logic.
yeah. And yes, there is totally a spare wheel. If anyone mentioned it, I would have been applauding you.
Well, I suppose since we're in a rush, might as well.
Yeah, just give me those
Oh,
skills. I will
Ali gets
change
it.
the tire in less than 3 seconds.
Okay.
Well, I'd certainly like to see that.
Okay. So you have 4 ranks of automotive mechanic. Roll me your dice, sir.
And if at all possible, I'd like to leadership that, cheering you on from the sidelines. If you're willing to accept that.
Can you leadership a skill you don't have any
Yep,
skill points
I
in?
can. I can.
Okay. I thought you had to have skill
But
points in it to leadership it.
Kali would have to accept it.
Yeah, I can. And will.
Okay, so
What am I getting?
you get 4 dice.
Well, let's see about that first. Hopefully you will. And you do.
Oh yeah, that was a different one.
And you get to increase the limit, but that's probably not gonna matter much.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it takes you about 20 seconds but you find essentially what the equivalent of a 2076 puncture repair kit, and you look at it, and then you look at the spare tire, and you decide that you need the spare tire because that wheel was totally on fire for a good 12 seconds. So you pull out the spare tire and you kind of get it done in about 20 seconds, which is exceptionally good time. It's almost like your Formula One road crew in the pit. That is the level of skill. And you are, aside from some scorch marks around the wheel well, your car is essentially as good as new. Well, and the fact that the back window's kind of broken because an arrow went through it, and so did some gunshots.
Time to go to the docks.
Yep.
Time to go indeed.
Okay, so you guys are driving, and after about 10 minutes, you approach the Knight Errant checkpoint.
Before that, we're going to stash the weapons in the smuggling compartment with the monkey.
Okay, that's fair enough. So, just to give you a description, the doctor is sat there in a lab coat.
No way around this checkpoint?
Okay. I did say earlier that you would hit 1 because of your navigation test. If you wish to re-roll me a navigation test now, you need 4 hits.
Okay, I will see what I get.
And everybody can roll navigation. You, however, do not get the bonus 2 dice I gave you earlier.
Alright, one moment.
And you need... Okay, so you just need 1 hit between the next lot of you. Because just doing this weird. Okay, yeah, so you get 4 hits to go around the checkpoint.
Because honestly, if we go into that checkpoint, we'll get caught and we'll have to kill Knight Errant. I don't see how this car does not look suspicious as hell at this point.
Yeah. You'd have been at significant minuses to con them and talk your way past. And as well, the original plan was to have you roll edge if you made it past this checkpoint before the combat happened. Because... well,
checkpoints are a thing. The big thing is we got into a fight, so it's either we ditch the mission, we deliver late, or we don't go around it. Like, my thinking is that if we can't get around this checkpoint, we'd simply tell the guy, I'm sorry, we cannot deliver the package right now, and we deliver it late for reduced payment, maybe.
Yeah, but you got enough hits, so you managed to find a way around the checkpoint. The only thing I was going to have it do to you if you'd not had the combat by now is roll edge, because I did make it very clear that Fast Eddie was dealt in stolen vehicles, and on a glitch it would have been reported that this was a stolen vehicle. That's the only thing. That's the only bad thing I had planned. But
Since we found another way to bypass the checkpoint, we'll let the monkey out.
Yeah. So you guys get to the docks, and you pull up alongside the pier 18. I don't remember if that's the number I said earlier, but it is now, because that was several hours ago. And you pull up alongside pier 18. There's not really any problems getting in. Essentially, Alethia is able to talk her way past. She's pretty good at that. Without any concern. One of you was smart enough to tell the doctor to remove his lab coat, because that doesn't look suspicious at all. When you get there, Alethia, you're greeted by Angus, who you recognise.
And who is promptly handed a bottle of Fine Abloh whiskey.
Much appreciative of you there, lassie.
Yes. It would only be fair of me to return the favor that you gave me by introducing me to the pleasure that is this particular brand of scotch.
Now come on then, let's be having the wee beastie.
Yes, I believe it's in the back. And she looks over her shoulder and towards her teammates.
And like you guys can essentially kind of get out. And
just hop out of the car.
yeah, and like the monkey comes out with you, and he's like, well, indubitably that was most exciting. Does that happen often in your line of work?
More often than you think.
Well, grand. That was exceptionally good fun to be part of. Thank you for rescuing me from my imminent demise. That was most appreciated.
Yes, and I believe we may have another prospective client for you. If please step forward, and Alethia waves the scientist to step closer.
Yeah, fine.
Yes, this fine gentleman here would probably do well not to stay in town.
Well, I've already arranged for transport for one, but I'm sure something can be figured out in time. Okay, so not really sure what to do here, other than to like arrange for him to lay low for a bit and then move him out in a week or so. As I say, I've only got passage for one arranged at the moment, and you know these Russians, they don't like it when you go changing the plans on them.
Of course, that's perfectly understandable. And I'm sure our mutual friend here isn't really in much of a position to negotiate for better terms anyways.
Alright, that's fine. Mr. Khan, and he gestures towards the monkey, if you'll be following me, Doctor, if you'd be so kind, finish your arrangements with these and meet us over in the office over there, and we'll make arrangements for you to get out of Seattle. And that the doctor essentially turns to you. He's still stuttering a bit. He thanks you all graciously, and he hands you all a cred stick with the agreed upon 8,000 11,000 yen. And that's essentially the end of the run. You guys get 7 karma.
And a warm, fuzzy feeling inside.
And a very warm fuzzy. I mean, you've essentially saved a intelligent being from being experimented on.
Yeah. How much again?
It's 11,000, but it was -1 for the car.
Yeah, I already deducted 1,000.
Which leaves you with 10, which is the most you can exchange for working for the people for this run. So if you want to get an extra 5 karma, you totally can for working for the people. And your working for the people actually go towards paying for the doctor's passage out of Seattle if you want.
Yeah, I'll probably be doing some of that. And question. Could I acquire Fast Eddie as a contact by any chance?
No, because I'm actually going to talk with Dagon about this later, and probably we'll work something up.
In regards to what?
Exactly. Making Fast Eddie a proper contact.
That would actually be funny. I don't imagine he'd be like a net stable contact, but he's hilarious enough that we should use him some more.
Yeah.
Oh, you need a rental? Ask Fast Eddie.
Yeah,
so,
I think the net really needs a contact like that.
They have Natel. Yeah. You ask Natelli if you need cars.
Yeah, okay.
She provides you with cars. Because she's taking cars off people's hands, it's safe to assume she can rent you cars, because part of her job is taking hot vehicles off people. So why wouldn't she rent out a hot vehicle before she gets rid of it?
Yeah. I mean, this is essentially what...
Or re-clean it up, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, we'll figure something out. But yeah, you can totally get Fast Eddie as a contact later down the line.
Right.
I might do a separate run to for people to pick up, like I did a run to get Angus as a contact, where you did a specific job. and I had everybody do the same job, I might do something similar where I have everybody do one job for Fast Eddie and have like people do the same job and just see how they deal with it. It's quite fun to see how people did the same thing but went about it in different ways. So that's
good.
what I might do for that.
Okay, I have some things to roll for quick.
Okay, cool. Go for it.